What's up, everybody? Peace, 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 people. I really did attempt to come on earlier. I had every expectation to come on early in the morning so that I can get more people that would catch the live and participate, but I couldn't do it because I caught some lives that got my attention, and it kind of got my blood kind of boiling. As you guys should know, Trump is reversing the migration into the United States due to National Guards being heinously unalived in Washington, D.C. by an Afghan national. And he said a lot of things as far as stopping the migration of people coming from third world countries. And I want to give kind of like my opinion, and I don't want to offend anyone. However, I do feel at this time there should be other voices out here speaking their truth, because there's so many people that are trying to badger Black Americans into staying quiet or being on the side of everybody else without having a mind of their own. I'm highly offended when people treat us this way. There's a lot of people that's trying to bully us. They're trying to use strong talking points about Blackness and unity and all these things that never applied before. Only in conversation, never in actuality. Everybody that comes over here is taking and getting their own way with our system better than the people that are from the soil of America, mainly Black Americans. Let's just be honest about it. People have been utilizing everything attached to our lineage and our civil rights and our plight and our struggles and our unalivings, sacrifices, blood, sweat, and tears. And they have benefited off of everything that we had to basically die over. And Trump is stopping a lot of the people from being able to utilize the birthright citizenship, the Amendment 14, that was supposed to be for the people that are of the soil, which are the indigenous Black Americans. And somehow I believe, if I had to take a guess, it has to do with Democrats and socialists and Marxists who have decided a long time ago to utilize the amendment for other groups of people, so many people that you don't even recognize America like it used to be. Like me growing up in the 70s and 80s, and how I walk around in California now and what I see, and things are just not familiar anymore. It's not familiar anymore. And I feel that America has lost its essence for decades now. And so with Trump doing what he's doing, I can't say that I'm really upset about it, because too many people have been taking advantage over the system for decades upon decades, getting away with it, scamming the system, lying on applications, um, just doing the most. And we're going to go through those types of things in videos that I will show, to really give the understanding that many Black Americans might have a problem having a thicker skin with so many ravenous types of individuals who feel like they have just as much right as we have when they are not American. They're not of the soil. And I'm not going to pretend like people that come over here willfully or who has manipulated the system should be treated just like someone that is from America. That doesn't happen in any other country that you go to. You can't go and just do whatever you desire to do and get away with it. There are repercussions, there are consequences that you will face if you go to other places. But somehow America has been made into this globalist mindset of thought, where everybody, anybody can come over here and do whatever they want. They can take over a city like Minnesota, like the Somalians. They can, use trickery. They could lie. They can steal. They could do whatever they desire, and no one's supposed to say a freaking word about it. No, I'm glad that Trump is standing up to what has been going on with America for a very, very long time. I understand many people are upset. The ones that are legal, as far as being over here legally through the process, I hope that, somehow Trump will tone it down. I don't know how far this is going to go. People are speculating that it's never going to end. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and all these types of things. But I do believe that Trump needed to begin somewhere. And I think that giving our country over to anybody is just not doable. It's not practical. It's not righteous. It's not fair. It's not just. It's none of those things. But it does feel as if we're outnumbered with more foreign people over here in America than the actual Americans at times. It seems like their voice has more weight than the American people most of the time. And this is why I want to speak as an actual American, someone that does not know any other country. I don't have no allegiance to no other nation. I'm just an American woman with my own mindset. And I do have fears about all the different changes that's happening so quick, but I don't think that it should have stayed the way it was going. I feared what was happening when Biden was in power. I feared that we were losing our grip. And to just imagine 12 to 20 million people that were just allowed to just come over here in mass number for 4 years unbothered. And people to think that Trump should not have done anything about it, it's just alarming to me, bizarre. It is, especially if you are an American. I don't understand why you would have the mindset, well, open border for anybody. I mean, would you allow people to come to your house and just have their way in your bedroom, in your refrigerator, do whatever they want to do, however they want to do it? Of course not. You would have boundaries, you would have rules, you would say no most of the time to individuals that will want to come over because it's your home. Is where you're supposed to have security and peace. It's a place you're supposed to rest your head and feel at home and feel, the safest. And for people to just think that Americans ought to get with the program of having an openness for everybody and anything to come through America without rules and regulations, I'm not going to stand for that. So I am in agreement with Trump and what he is doing. I know that it's going to harm, or seem to affect a lot of people, especially in some of the third world countries. But my question for those that is always coming to Black American spaces or speaking about Black American problems, and everybody seems to think that they have a remedy for us about going to Africa and going to move to Africa. Can you, in all fairness, whoever is always doing this, not turn around and say those words to these immigrants that are having these issues as of late? It seems to me, if I was a Haitian, a Jamaican, an African that did not want to go to a dangerous portion or part of Africa or stay in Haiti or go to Jamaica, and you can't stay in America, it seems like the best next thing for them to want to do, in all honesty, is to avoid those places and possibly look to go to Africa. Now, I know Haitians speak French and Creole or whatever like that. There is a new president in Burkina Faso who claims that he is doing the most prosperous, things for Burkina Faso. And he has all these different business ideas and all these different things. In fact, the scandalous scammer Dr. Eric Kana has invited and utilized Black Americans to take their butts to Burkina Faso to get a faked, citizenship that she never gave them, but instead turned around and told them that they can do residency there. Why won't Haitians, Jamaicans, and whoever is having these issues with America not desire to go to a place that is trying to do better and bigger things, so they claim? I don't know if I would trust it, but there's other countries that speak French, 14 different countries, I believe. What I find puzzling is that everywhere we go, Black Americans who don't have this issue that migrants and immigrants are having, we're being told that we ought to run to the hills away from America, and we're to leave America and allow the immigrants to take on this fight to stay in America. And I find that very odd and very disingenuous and disrespectful, to be frank with you, because basically people are telling us to be replaced by immigrants. But now that Trump is putting his foot down and saying that he's not allowing any more migration to come, and also having people that shouldn't be here to go, it's a whole new frontier of thought And I'm wondering if people will hop in the chat room and tell me if you are Haitian or Jamaican or African and you are having this dilemma here in America, whereby you know that the clock is ticking. If you don't want to go back to Jamaica, Haiti, and other areas of Africa, why wouldn't you go to other areas of Africa that's not as bad? Since it's good for Black Americans to go, that's what I want to know. Because everywhere we go, on different channels and platforms all the time, I'm hearing a lot of people just pissed off with Black Americans as if we're doing these things to the immigrants, as if we are telling Trump to do what he's doing. He is doing what he's doing because it's needed, you know, because of what Biden did. And also, you know, too many immigrants are taking it upon themselves to be very disrespectful and going around unaliving people, going around scamming all over the place. I mean, at what point don't you think somebody shouldn't say something or do something about it? But I just want to have this conversation as it goes forward. I'm just giving a little bit of how I'm thinking right now because I'm a little bit upset by some of the things that I kind of watched earlier. And we're going to get now into what Trump said first before I get off base too much. But I want everybody to know that I'm not intending to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be, although I know that people will probably take it to that because it's a highly sensitive conversation and most people just think that we should be on the side of whatever other people are desiring for me to be on the side of. People don't expect Black Americans to be on our own side. And that's the dilemma that we are going to continue to face, dealing with a lot of different foreign Blacks and others that come to America and they have this bent up feeling that Black Americans are supposed to be mules for everybody, to be used up and be useful fools for them, that we should not have an opinion and have a voice of our own. And if we do speak up somehow, it has to be white supremacy and we have to be brainwashed and we have to be dumbed down and all these types of things when it's just not a benefit of ours to have many people from all over the world taking over America. Let's just be frank. It's not a workable situation for everybody in mass number, millions upon millions of people to be over here taking advantage of America and siphoning the benefits to the point where we're in so much debt and we're not supposed to feel some kind of way about it. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous for people to assume that we should be an open checkbook for everybody and anybody, and that's not how I believe, and that's not how many Black Americans believe. And despite how mad global foreign Blacks get, we are not going to change our position, and we're not going to do what you guys think that we're supposed to do. A lot of people assume that we're supposed to act like we are Martin Luther King. We're supposed to be out in the streets. We're supposed to throw our bodies on top of, you know, the concrete, on top of a sword, and swear under, you know, the stars and the sun that we're going to give up our bodies for everybody else's plight. We're not doing that. We are not Martin Luther King era. That era was sealed in the late 60s to the early 70s. This is 2025. Most Black Americans are on survival mode. We're trying to figure out what's about to happen next. We don't understand what's happening as it's happening. We're just watching things happen as it happens like everybody else is doing. We're not getting out in front of nothing. We're not stopping anything, and we're not putting ourselves in harm's way for other individuals that came over here illegally or doing illegal stuff or causing harm to America. We're not going to do it. And I don't care what y'all say. I'm not joining forces with white supremacy because I have this attitude. It's my mind, it's my thoughts. Nobody forced me. No one told me a script to say. It's what's coming from my heart, and it has to be said because too many people are assuming our narratives, our voices. They're utilizing our plight, our history. They're using civil rights talking points, and they're acting as if everybody's on the same bandwagon because it benefits other people. And no, I'm not a monolith that's a bird brain that's going to allow you to speak for me and tell me to shut up. I'm not going to do it. Okay, black this, black that. Yeah, that's right, Midgety Mac, Daddy. Everything is black this, black that. I'm sick of it. So here I go. All videos that I show would be under the Copyright Act of 1976 for fair use, for education, first and foremost, information, entertainment, all the above, not meaning to impose, but to inform and enlighten and share what I'm seeing and how I feel and why. You don't have to believe how I believe, but I have the right to have my own perception and my own view. It does not have to mimic yours. You don't have no authority over me, in my mind, in my spirit, none of it. And for those that feel like they should have the authority over Black Americans, get over yourself. We're not slaves any longer. We're not going to be treated as such, and we're not going to allow you guys to do it. So all this badgering and disrespect about us speaking up or not speaking or not marching or desire or just deciding not to say anything. It's our prerogative. It's our prerogative. So let's go with this real quick. Hold on.
An act of terror. That's what the president is calling an assault on two National Guardsmen in the nation's capital. So the two soldiers remain in critical condition this morning after police say they were both shot at point-blank range, just blocks away from the White House.
We saw one National Guardsman being wheeled out on a stretcher, and he had a device helping pump his heart, it looked like, doing automatic CPR, and his face was covered in blood.
The 29-year-old suspect was tackled at the scene after a brief exchange of gunfire. Law enforcement say he came to the U.S. from Afghanistan about 4 years ago. In response, the president vows to crack down on immigration even further.
We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them.
We've got CNN senior White House reporter Betsy Klein here now. Betsy, we heard the president basically condemning this as an act of terror, but also expanding his concerns to immigration more broadly. I think he brought up Somalia at one point. Can you talk about what the plans are out of the White House?
Right, Audie, just a really horrific day here in Washington, and the Department of Homeland Security has identified Ramanola Lakanwal as the suspect in the shooting of these two National Guardsmen. Lakanwal is an Afghan national. He came to the United States in 2021 under Operation Allies Welcome. To remind you, that's the Biden-era program that resettled those Afghan nationals in the wake of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. He applied for asylum in 2024, and it was granted by the Trump administration in April of this year. He is in custody at an area hospital after being shot. Now, one One source tells CNN that this suspect is not cooperating with investigators. We still do not know the motive. We do not know how the suspect got this handgun that he used. We also do not know the full extent of the suspect's injuries at this time. But we do expect to hear more on where this investigation stands from D.C. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, as well as FBI Director Kash Patel a little later this morning. President Trump, meanwhile, addressing the nation from Mar-a-Lago last night, he cast blame on the Biden administration for letting the suspect into the country. He called for the re-examination of every person who entered the U.S. from Afghanistan during the last administration. Of course, CNN had reported earlier this week that that process was already underway. Listen to the president.
The suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021. This attack underscores the single greatest national security threat facing our nation. The last administration let in 20 million unknown and unvetted foreigners from all over the world, from places that you don't want to even know about.
Now, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services have announced moments later that all Afghan immigrant cases are stopping indefinitely pending further review. And I also just want to remind you.
So there's, like I said, yes, it was a national from Afghanistan, but I think that Trump had to make a big message because of having the National Guards attacked. We cannot show ourselves as looking so vulnerable and easily picked off. I think that he had to show a lot of strength behind, what that means if you do go after military and others that are protecting our country, especially on the soil. I think that you should not, play games when it comes to that. And that's exactly what he is showcasing, that he's not playing around. Rest in peace to, I believe, one of the officers or National Guards have passed away. I'm not sure if the second one did or did not, but I think I heard of one. But, that type of job and duty is not very easy to do. You're wide open, you're recognizable, you are potentially a sitting duck for those that want to do what the Afghan national guy did. He took it upon himself to just commit homicide, murder on our soil just because he had the ability to do so. And there has to be repercussions for people to think that it's okay to do something like that. And that's why Trump's not playing. But there's a whole lot more that comes with that. I believe the benefits also to immigrants are being halted. Let me see if I can find an article about that real quick. I think I read something about that earlier. He's making a whole lot of different changes to kind of squeeze people out. And I think in his opinion, he's given more than enough time for people to know what was coming when he campaigned for 9 months. And then he's enacted these provisions to try to get out as many illegals and criminals as possible for now going on a year in the next couple of months. And it just seems like he is ratcheting it up more to be more serious now. And he is making it harder for people to be comfortable on the system, welfare and SSI and EBT and other programs, housing and whatnot. He is scrapping all that so that it will disallow them from being on the system and encouraging them to go. That's what Trump is desiring to do. Let me see. I get this from Fox Business. It says Treasury's best set says department working to cut federal tax benefits for illegal immigrants. Now, we're not talking about legal people. We're not talking about Americans. We are talking about illegals, people that somehow got inspired by the Democrats to take themselves to America illegally, and to come over here and reap benefits off of doing the illegal entry into America. And he is not trying to encourage bad behavior any longer. He is trying to make it hard for you to want to come. So this is what he's decided to do. It reads that Trump discovers more than $1 billion in Medicaid money was spent on illegal immigrants. $1 billion. So that's not chump change. And for people to think that we're supposed to just, pretend like we ain't hearing about this and understanding this is really ridiculous. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Friday his department is working to cut off federal benefits to illegal immigrants at the direction of President Donald Trump. He wrote in a post on X that we are working to cut off federal benefits to illegal aliens and preserve them for U.S. citizens. Now, why wouldn't I, as an American, not want the vast majority of benefits to go to actual Americans or citizens of America? Anybody in any other country would feel that way about their country too. But somehow we've been brainwashed into believing that we shouldn't have no type of feelings about how our country is ran and how monies is divvied out. And most of the time it has skipped a lot of Americans and it has gone to the illegals. So yes, I believe that illegal aliens and immigrants shouldn't be basking in monies by the billions. I'm sorry. It goes on and says that he said that the Treasury announced that it will issue proposed regulations clarifying that the refunded portions of certain individual income tax benefits are no longer available to illegal and other non-qualified aliens, covering the earned income tax credit, the additional child tax credit, the American Opportunity Tax Credit, and the Savers Match Credit. He alluded to an announcement made by the Treasury Department last week that it will propose new regulations clarifying that refundable portions of tax credits are federal public benefits that illegal immigrants and non-qualified aliens aren't entitled to receive. And this brings me to thinking about so many times I have heard on social media many melanated immigrants on platforms declaring Black Americans as being entitled. And it just resonates more and more that they are definitely jealous of us having a birthright. They are jealous that we are American, and they're jealous of what our ancestors have earned for us. They think that they should benefit off of what our ancestors earned for us. They think that we should be X'd out of the situation altogether, and they should be reaping the benefits, because it doesn't make sense for them to always go to speaking that we are entitled. Yes, we're entitled. We earned it. Blood, sweat, and tears. Millions upon millions of people have died, have worked fields for free, have helped build this country and the economy for free. Yes, we are entitled here in America. We've never left America to go anywhere else and ask anything from anyone else. Yet we have many immigrants who declare, in my opinion, they lie. They're fraudsters and claim that they're Pan-Africans and they want so-called unity with Black Americans. They don't want so-called unity with other melanated folks that are struggling. They want our unity towards us doing something that they are not willing to do themselves. They want us to go to a place we ain't never been and risk it all to go to Africa. Yet you have these examples of Haitians and Jamaicans and Africans being told by our president they're no longer welcomed here. Where are the Pan-Africans reaching out to the Haitians, to the Jamaicans, to the Africans that have a tick sound going off in their heads right now, and welcoming them to go to Africa to so-called build up Africa, to so-called buy land and help build this and that, like they're telling us every time we turn around, and we're sick of it. Y'all are full of it. You guys are liars, deceivers. You want our spot. You want us gone. And this is why you guys are pissed and pressed now. We see what you guys been up to. We've been calling it out. We have denounced Pan-Africanism. We have denounced this notion of being connected to Africa. We've never been connected to Africa. We're not pretending to be connected to Africa now. And now you guys are so bent out of shape that we're standing up for ourselves and telling you that you don't have the authority over us to tell us what to think and how to feel and what to say we are. Get over yourselves and deal with what is in front of your face. Stop obsessing over Black Americans to the point where you can't do nothing for yourself, because we're not going to save you. We're not. Okay, so now I want to get to Haitians. They've been told that their TPS, alongside of Somalians being told that the TPS is going to be stopped. It's going to be stripped. And like I said, I don't find any joy in talking about this conversation. It's not an easy conversation to have. I just don't like when people assume that they can bully and punk Black Americans, the people that are from the soil of America, and tell us that we don't have a right to say a goddamn thing about how we feel in our own homeland. This is our homeland. I know y'all don't like accepting that fact, but it is. It's our homeland. You guys have been working so hard for many decades to try to trick us into believing we ain't got no homeland here. And since the movement of delineation has showed up like 7-8 years ago, you guys are finally understanding that our mentality now is matching our words, and our actions are actually matching our words. And you guys are upset about it because for the most part, for the longest, many of us have been so brainwashed and confused on who we are. This Pan-African talk, this lie that we're African, this lie that we don't belong in America, this lie we need to be joining forces with other melanated people that's not joining with nobody. And now we are seeing things as they are with the help of yours truly, President Trump. You can't trick us any longer. There ain't no escapism that you can apply to our thinking anymore. The jig is up. The reality of what it is in front of our faces for the world to see, including the immigrants. They can't hide behind the facade of the lie of Pan-African talk any longer. But I have the question yet again to pose for those who declare they're still Pan-Africans, which you are not, because you are a liar. Why won't you tell Haitians and Jamaicans to join you in Africa? I dare you. I bet you I won't see a live about it, but I bet you I will hear lives about Black Americans somehow needing to get passports, somehow needing to go to Africa, somehow needing to denounce America, not declaring their allegiance to America while everybody else is trying to become an American, but they don't want us to be what we've been for centuries. Make it make sense, y'all. Think about that. Wrap your head around the ridiculousness of how people are moving. I'm going to show y'all a video. It's all going to make sense before this live is over. I promise you. But I just wanted to let that out because I came across a live earlier, about an hour ago. It's a couple that got up on the platform talking really bad against Black Americans and telling us we need to get our passports and hurry up and get out of Dodge type of conversation. But they're not really saying this to the immigrants that are the ones under a threat. Make that make sense. But let's get to the next video. This is, again, about Haitians. A lot of Haitians are in Florida. They are fearing what's coming up, which is the TPS being canceled, I believe, February the 3rd. And like I said, I don't have any hate against anybody. I really don't. I don't know any Haitian, to be honest. I barely know any African or Jamaican. I don't know them like that. I just don't. But I don't have any hate in my heart. I wish the best for you. But I'm just thinking that if I was in your shoes, I would not want to go back to Haiti. I would not want to stay in Jamaica. And, you guys act more, more as a unit, a nation than Black Americans have been able to do here in America because of the propaganda and the lies of Pan-Africanism and people just really toying with us and our culture for many, many years now, to the point where we have been so fragmented for so long. And so you guys have a bigger and better chance to survive better moving somewhere in Africa than we would ever, to be frank with y'all. But what I'm confused about is, why are there so many immigrant Pan-Africans that don't speak about Pan-African talk to immigrants? That's what I want to know. And nobody can answer it because it don't make sense. They don't talk about Pan-African talk. They talk about fighting for rights in America. They talk about being American. They talk about the Constitution that doesn't even include them, but they say it does. And then they turn around and tell us, the Americans of the soil of America for generations, that we don't belong here. This ain't really our land, and we ain't really American. These same people are now facing the biggest hurdle and obstacle they have ever realized in their whole entire existence. But there ain't no chirpings that's being chirped about Pan-Africanism and the need and desire for them to help build Africa. And I just want Americans to really think about that. Black Americans really understand the Jedi trick that they've been imposing onto us to try to replace us and tell us to get ghost and get gone and kick rocks. And now that it's happening to them, what is going to be their reaction?
Well, tonight, Haitians living in the U.S. are worried after the Trump administration decided to end TPS. Many of them live here in South Florida, and in less than 60 days, they could be deported. CBS News media Yvonne Taylor joins us from Doral with reaction.
The Trump administration officials are already urging TPS holders to self-deport if they don't want to be forcibly removed. A Haitian woman who has lived in South Florida for 2 decades told me the decision is inhumane and she's going to fight.
For me and for many, it's just a death sentence.
Farah Larie is one of the more than 350,000 Haitians whose temporary protected status will end on February 3rd, 2026.
If an administration said that the condition in Haiti are stable, that Haitian can come, this is a big lie.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem acknowledged the humanitarian and political problems in Haiti, yet the termination notice of TPS for Haitians said, based on the department's review, the secretary has determined that while the current situation in Haiti is concerning, the United States must prioritize its national interest, and permitting Haitian nationals to remain temporarily in the United States is contrary to the U.S. national interest.
By getting this news, it's like a sour pill.
The Trump administration made the announcement on the eve of Thanksgiving.
Again, where are the Haitian Pan-Africans at? Where are the African nations at? Talking to Haitians in America, or Haitians in Haiti, or the Jamaicans that suffered that terrible Category 5 hurricane, about coming to Africa. You guys swear under the sun every time I turn around how much room you have for Black Americans. Why don't you have any room for Haitians and Jamaicans and other Africans? And where, oh, where are you Pan-African immigrants at squawking this Pan-African unity talk of building Africa now? Why does it only apply to Black Americans? Is there some nefarious, devious, diabolical agenda attached to us going to Africa? Because that's the way it feels, and that's how it sounds when you have all these clear-cut signs in front of your face about them needing to go somewhere because they can't stay in America, but yet everybody is expecting Black Americans to fight the fight for all these immigrants and illegals to stay in America, and we're not willing to do that. We are about justice claims and righteousness. And, first and foremost, we're more for America first, whether you guys like that or not. It is not your place to try to dictate to us how we're to think. But I'm wondering again, where is this talk of Pan-African talk?
That's how he take us the day before Thanksgiving, and I think this was very ungrateful.
We have daily situations of rape, of kidnapping, of murder.
Paul Manfi is a Haitian activist in South Florida, appalled about DHS justification in spite of the gang's control of Haiti. The Trump administration officially designated 2 Haitian gangs as foreign terrorist organizations back in May of this year. Is everyone just going to go back, or your organization and any Haitian organizations will take some sort of action? And if so, what?
First of all, this is in court.
Manfi said next week Haitians will announce their legal actions, but they will also be sending a message to the American public.
We worked very hard here in South Florida and throughout the United States, putting food on the table of Americans through agriculture, building the buildings that you see in construction.
I've been living in the United States for 20 years, so I've established myself.
I can see someone saying, well, how come this lady has lived in this country for 20 years and she only has TPS? What do you respond to that?
That's a great question. We didn't choose to be undocumented. Democrats and Republicans, they fail us.
But you did choose to be undocumented, and you are not American born. So you were going to get along with how the system has been ran and played for all these decades, and no one's been held accountable for all this time. And you guys figured it would just go on indefinitely, and you guessed wrong. Trump is not allowing that to stand as is. You are not an American. You are not of this soil. You are not entitled to America as an American. And yet she speaks as if her land of Haiti is an extension of America, as if we are governing over Haiti and its affairs, and she is just another citizen like anybody else in America. And again, they make up their own theories and philosophies of thought, and they think that the American people are supposed to just rock and ride with it. And that's nonsense. And I'm afraid to tell you, the jig is up. You had 20 years to square away something. You thought you were free and clear because of all these years you've gotten away with what you were doing and how things were going. And you never thought 1 second it would ever stop. And you now realizing that you guessed wrong. And I don't feel sorry for someone that's been here for 20 years. You utilize a TPS that is supposed to be temporary, and it just extended for decades. 20 years is a long time for things to be up in the air. She was just coasting the ride. And again, acting as if she's entitled, as if she is an American. And it's just ridiculous, to be frank.
They fail the system. They never come together to pass the immigration, to pass a reform. And that's why many people got stuck in the middle.
Well, on Monday, members of the
You got stuck in the middle because you are not American. And again, they are confused somehow in thinking that their status of being a temporary protection immigrant as being the same as an American. They got diluted in their own mindset of thinking, and somehow we're supposed to feel bad that they got it wrong. I just feel bad that she might have to go to Haiti if she doesn't make other plans outside of thinking she's staying in America. It sounds as if she is putting all her bets, all her eggs in the basket of fighting for staying in America, and that she ain't never heard of Pan-African talk. She ain't never heard of going to Africa. She ain't never heard there's an option of Burkina Faso or an option of 14 other countries that speak French. No, she acts as if she is belonging to America. And this is why we're having the issue we're having with many other immigrants right now. They are acting the part of being a citizen and an American, and they're not. It's really weird that she would speak as if she was speaking, but you heard it first. And we're going to now listen to a Jamaican advocate who is speaking about, you know, the fact that the migration is being stopped by third world countries, according to Trump. And we have this Jamaican, I believe, that's about to tell the tale of why he believes this is so wrong. Again, they're trying to make it seem like their plight of trying to become Americanized is similar to the plight of an American or civil rights, even, as if they should have the same jurisdiction as an American. It's like, no, your sovereignty is in Haiti and Jamaica and Africa or the Caribbean or wherever you came from, Mexico or Venezuela. Your sovereignty, country, homeland is wherever you were born and where your family's from. You cannot just make up something as you go along to make it fit the narrative that you want it to fit, and then expect the Americans to rock with you. I'm not going to rock with someone making up shit. I'm sorry. That's not going to work for me. But anyways, let's get to this next video. I just want you guys to hear the difference of conversation, and then it's going to totally turn when I get this other live that I listened to like an hour or so ago. And this couple, I believe, are Black Americans, and they had so much to say about Black Americans needing to get their passport and making it seem like it was such an emergency for us to act the way that the immigrants need to be acting. They twisted it to make it seem like their problems is our problems, and that if we're not acting like their problems is our problem, somehow there's something wrong with us. I just want you guys to understand where I'm going with this, but let's listen to the next video.
U.S. President Donald Trump has announced that he will permanently pause migration from all third world countries.
Mr. Trump says he will remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving the USA.
Now, joining us to discuss the situation is Erwin Clare. He's the managing director of the New York-based Caribbean Immigrant Service. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr.
Again, they have a whole advocate group, Caribbean Advocacy Towards America. They are not talking about Africa. They're not talking about Pan-Africanism. They're not talking about unity with Black folks. They're talking about getting their claims and claws into America, politics, civil rights, constitutional talk, and everything like that, for them to get a hold, positioning, for them to have a claim towards being American. They're not talking about this talk that we gotta continually hear on social media about Pan-African talk. But just listen to how they talk passionate about how they belong in America, and they're not from America.
Mr. Clare.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
All right, now, Mr. Clare, could you tell me which countries, this latest policy, which countries are expected to be impacted?
Your guess would be as good as mine. There's a lot of uncertainties around that. As you know, the whole third world usage for countries, poorer countries, one of those geopolitical terms that terminologies that many times it's in the definition that we'd have to wait for on the presidents.
The reason why I believe that Trump used third world countries, because they tend to come over here and they don't want to assimilate. They want to take over, like the Somalians were doing in Minnesota. They don't want to assimilate. They want to feel like they are carving out a portion of America as their own, colonizing a portion of America, or bringing Sharia law and all these other Islamic thoughts or spirituality or whatever like that, like some weird thinking that they got about, how they feel, how society should be ran, how women should be, and this and that and the other. But they come to a westernized world and they expect to apply their third world viewpoint onto the people, the citizens of America, and change the whole lifestyle and Western ideals that we have here towards what they believe. And I just believe that anyone that wants to do that should stay at home. They should not come to America and try to change America. We didn't build up America for them to change America to be their homeland. I'm sorry. That's not what we did this for. We didn't come to America for that. We didn't build America for that.
Art. The president made this comment right after the event, so I'm not certain sufficient thought was given to his response. So we'll just have to wait to see whom are defined as such. You might recall early on in the year, some 12 to 13 countries faced similar situation where bans were made, primarily Muslim countries. So again, we'll have to wait to hear what their definition is on this particular situation.
And Mr. Clare, I know there may still be some uncertainties, but can you say what is the timeline for when this is to take effect and possibly end?
Well, you see, one of the things you learn in immigration today, especially in this administration and their response to situations of the sort, is that there is never any way one could predict. We have seen situations where a $100,000 fine was placed on H-1 visa holders, and they were implementing it within a 48-hour period. Situations as such, what the president has mentioned here, would require other determinant factors, and then you'd also have lawsuits. So I don't see this thing as being imminent, as something happening immediately, because there will be pushback on this. And so to be one of those situations that will just cause immigrants to be in limbo with a great deal of uncertainty.
Okay, now let me read what Trump had said on the real Donald Trump Twitter or social media post November 27th, 2027 on Thanksgiving. It says, even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal emissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's auto pen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country, end all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denationalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted through an unauthorized and illegal auto pen approval process. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all. And it says something is blocking out this. It says something, and then the hate still, they hate, still, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. I can't read the rest, but you get the gist of what he said. And again, I'm not upset. What fascinated me is the fact that Biden did all these so-called approvals with an auto pen. And I'm pretty sure if he was asked what he signed, he wouldn't even remember. He would not even remember what he signed. So God only knows how vulnerable Biden was, left open by anybody to influence him to do anything with an auto pen, or maybe they just took control over the auto pen and did it themselves, for all we know. So I'm kind of thinking that was a good thing to do. And I don't care that people feel some kind of way about it. It might even affect some Americans on some of the things that are turned, off behind the auto pen. But I can just imagine so many other things that were not supposed to be approved that were approved. And it's just, unfortunate that, he had to go this drastic. But again, we've been taken advantage of for a very, very long time. And it took somebody finally to stand up to this nonsense and say, we're not doing this any longer. But again, we heard the Jamaican or the Caribbean guy who is an advocate for Caribbeans to have their claim and state their claim here in America. Their whole goal is to have some type of connection to America. They're not trying to deal with their homeland. They're not trying to bypass their homeland to go to Africa. They're not talking about no damn Pan-African talk. They're not talking about so-called unity with brothers and sisters from all over the globe. They're talking about their own cluster of people. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about benefiting their own kind. And I'm so sick and tired of people assuming that we got to be the dumb birds for everybody. We got to talk about stupid Pan-Africanism that only undermines Black Americans' position here in America for everybody else but us. And people getting upset that we finally woke up and said, we ain't doing that bullshit no more. And y'all pissed. But we don't care. Which now brings me to this next video. I'm not going to hold y'all. I've been on for an hour, kind of letting what Trump had to say be said. And nobody came in and gave an impression about how you felt, but it's okay. Like I said, if it wasn't as bad as it got, I'm pretty sure that some of these things wouldn't had to have happened. Unfortunately, it got this bad, and here we are. And all I can say is, for those that don't like what you are hearing from Trump, I mean, you can do what you can, and if it all fails, then you need to have a backup plan. And if that backup plan needs to be thinking about so-called Pan-Africanism that they keep on trying to place onto Black Americans, maybe you should somehow look that up or figure that out. That's what I'm going to say. All right, so now let's get to, I was going to really go to another video and talk about Minnesota and how much fraud that was happening there in Minnesota with Representative Umar and her people of Somalia. Well, I will give one video. I'll save it for later, though. I'll bring it back up later. Let me just save this. We'll talk about it a little bit later. But first, I want to get now to the transition of talking about what other people always tend to do when the pressure is brought on to other people that are not Americans. They're not American citizens. They're not Americans. They are either illegal or they're temporarily here in America by TPS and other things like that. When the heat is turned up to other groups of people, somehow, some way, it always comes back to Black Americans. I never, ever heard this couple before until today. They are known as Our Black Utopia. They are Pan-African. And their video that they did live today, it is entitled Trump's New Threat. And then it says, why Black Americans need a second passport now. Okay? This is what they wanted to talk about today, when I believe that the focus should have been on the migrants and the illegals and the temporary TPS holders that are now facing the dilemma of being told to leave America. Why is it skipping all them people to now somehow come to us? These are Pan-Africans who are obsessed over us feeling like we got to go, but they don't have a message, the same message for the immigrants that are apparently being pressured and hemmed up about leaving America, which I find very odd and I find very disrespectful. And this is what I wanted to talk about today. So this is, I'm going to try to tag you if I can in this video, because I want you to see my remarks about how I feel about you. I don't know you like that, but I was highly offended by this video. How dare you tell us we need to get a passport? We ain't got to get no passport. We're home. Who needs to get the passport or who needs to make other provisions would be illegals, migrants or people that's losing TPS. But you desired to make us the mockery of your show, the wagging of the finger, and the getting in the face and badgering of Black Americans. And this is why I'm bringing you up now. I'm going to try to play like the first half an hour and then we'll skip around because it was about 2-hour video long. I don't want to do the whole video, but I want to get to the gist of them badgering Black Americans. And they apparently have an issue with Black Americans self-identifying ourselves. For those that have not listened to my video before or understand what's been going on social media for the last 7-8 years, there is a delineation movement with Black Americans going on in America. For those that don't know, we are understanding the fact that many foreign Blacks from other places have come to America and they have utilized African American and Black American as also their identity so that they can cling to what we are, so that they can kind of shield themselves with our identity. And we don't like that. They have their own identity before they got here. And we don't want to not have an identity because they have hijacked ours. So we have declared our own identity. Some of us are calling ourselves Foundational Black American or FBA. Others are calling themselves Indigenous American Black or Indigenous Black Americans. Other names that they like to call ourselves, anything to kind of make a difference, a line in the sand on who we are compared to who immigrants are, because they are trying to blur the lines and not give us our own designated identity, which is erasure. It's the erasure of our identity, erasure of our culture, and erasure of us as a people here in America that only knows America, who are the Americans of America. And we don't like that. And they wouldn't like it either, but they have been comfortable just doing whatever they want to do so that they can fit in better, to the point where they have hijacked our name. And I've been hearing many foreign Blacks utilizing African American, like Kamala Harris has declared she's African American. She doesn't share no bloodline with Black Americans whatsoever. She utilized it. Barack Obama utilized African American. He doesn't have any ties to America. His father was from Kenya. His mom was from Kansas, who was white. Does not have nothing to do with chattel slavery or any other atrocities that have befallen Black folks here in America. Does not share the bloodline. We have the mayor-elect, what's his name, Zoran Madami, whatever his name. He even lied on a college application to being an African American. So he's an Indian from Kenya lying on his college application that he also is an African American. People have joked around that Elon Musk is African American. It goes on and on with the bastardizing of our identity, to the point where it's kind of a joke now. And so we decided that we were going to take our own power in our own hands and say, hey, we're not going to call ourselves the name that the government imposed on us, that we never approved in the first place. Nobody ever asked us if we wanted to be called African American. That was done by Jesse Jackson in 1988. I was a teenager. I remember very vividly. I was very upset to hear him change my identity from Black American, African American, to the point where I never acknowledged the African American. I only call myself Black American. But to make it even better, I say Indigenous American Black or Black American, so that people know I'm not a foreigner. I'm not an immigrant. I am of the soil. And it's very important for me and the people that represent America to be known of being an American. because so many people have been trying to twist and turn our identity to mean everything else but American, while they secretly are trying to replace us as being American and tell us we ain't. And we've seen the tricks that's been done by these foreign blacks that are immigrants. And we just basically said, no more. You're not doing this mess no more. We're going to take the power. We're going to claim our own identity. And people are really upset on social media. Pan-Africans are very livid because they thought that they could just change our identity and change our narrative and tell us what we're going to be and tell us what we're going to do. And we told them no. And so there's a whole lot of people up on YouTube on fire about us not claiming African American because they think somehow that means we hate Africans, which is ridiculous. We are not from Africa. We don't have the culture of Africa. We don't eat the food. We don't share the language. We don't have nothing to do with Africa. That's why we don't want that name any longer to be applied to us. But this couple are very upset that they have no authority over us. But they decided today to get on a live and talk as if they do. So we're going to get to this badgering of Black Americans so you guys can understand what I mean. I hope that you guys would hit the like button. There's a lot of people that listen sometimes, but they don't want to support. But you got to respect the truth sometime or another. I know that we are outnumbered by the vast majority of people around the world, but I'm still standing up for what is right, whether you like it or not. So let's get to this video. Fair use of this video. Again, this is Our Black Utopia. I didn't watch your whole video. I caught like maybe 15 minutes of it, and that was all I needed to hear to piss me off. But let's go.
But you know, we ain't gonna be here for long. That's what the orange melon felon says.
Look, y'all, on Thanksgiving night, that man had the audacity to talk about and post some crazy ass stuff. So tonight, we got to, today, it's nighttime here, y'all. We in Lisbon, Portugal. It's 8:30. We had a celebration today with some friends. We had a second Friendsgiving here today. So you'll have to excuse us. But we need to talk about your second passport, because on Thanksgiving night, Donald Trump, you know, the melon felon, posted his most extreme immigration threat yet. His most extreme, using language historically only thought
too strong. There, perfectly balanced.
You get hurt in a car accident and they give you a check that wouldn't cover my shoe shine? That's disrespect. With Case Connect, you don't.
Historically only thought to be coming from somebody who was some kind of fascist dictator asshole. That's all I'm saying.
Just like that.
That's just like that. So, y'all know.
This is
again, I do have some criticism for Trump. Not everything that he says or does I'm in agreement with. It just so happened that him taking up for America and what, you know, the sovereignty of America and making sure that foreigners don't take over America. I think that he should, you know, take, you know, control over what's been happening. I don't think that's fascist to do. I don't think that's racist to do. I think that's what a man who is in control of the destiny of our sovereignty would do. If what he knew is what we now know about what Biden was doing when he was addling the head and not really aware of all the things that he was doing, or maybe he was and he didn't care. Nonetheless, 12 million or 20 million people coming over here unvetted is not a positive. There's no benefit from that whatsoever. And Trump had to do something. Her having this sing-song effect about calling Trump a fascist, thinking that he should not have a right to put his foot down. Her being a Pan-African, to me, is a telling of a traitorous type of vibration. For her to be an American, again, she's not in America right now. I hope she stays the fuck gone and never come back. I could care less. Stay your punk ass away from America. But you putting your words on Black Americans is the part I have an issue with. I don't care what you do and what your husband does or who you influence does what you do. However, for you to think that because us Black Americans who are Indigenous American Blacks, or we like to call ourselves, some of us, FBA, you have a problem with us identifying ourselves and centering ourselves here in America because this is all we've ever known. You have an issue with us? No, I have an issue with you. Again, I want to see what kind of energy in this video you're going to have for the migrants and the immigrants that are being told they're no longer welcome. Is all this vitriol and mocking and sarcasm, is it all going to fall on the laps of Americans only? We'll see. Let's go.
Our fourth holiday season living in Lisbon. Can you believe that?
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Can you guys believe that? Our fourth holiday season.
Here in Lisbon, you know, but we do have permanent residency in Mexico.
Yeah.
But with the orange turned back in, we've been aggressively tracking other global residency routes, citizen laws, political risk. So you know your real option. You have to look at all these things.
And what's interesting is I'm pretty sure that they're retired, aged people. So perhaps they do have a steady income that comes in monthly, that they don't have to worry about work. They don't have to worry about where their money's coming from or any of that. But these types of people tend to act like what they got going on, that everybody else here in America could do exactly what they're doing too. And it's not realistic. It is a lie to set us up to fail. And yet they come wagging their fingers and acting like they are the authority and they know best for us, when most of us don't have pensions and retirements and all this type of stuff set up to where we can travel all over the world. Of course, if you had your own money and it never would leave you, of course, opportunities would flood open for you to go to Asia or wherever to go try out different things. And you would always have a safety net and not worry if it didn't work out, that you could just pick up and go somewhere else. Most of us, Black Americans, Indigenous to America, we don't have that set up. And for them to speak to us as if we could do exactly the way that they're doing, again, is going to be the part that really is infuriating and upsetting to me. Let's go.
Right. Especially the political, and especially today, because with everything, with what the melon felon is doing, y'all, this has ripple effects all over the globe. And if you are not aware of how the United States politics affects other countries, then you might be moving out of the frying pan and into the fire. Okay. And that's not what we want for you. All right. That's not what we want for you. So we are going to talk about that and a lot more. But first, hey, y'all.
Hey.
Let me introduce myself. My name's Alithi.
And I'm Rick. Welcome to our Black Utopia.
On our channel, we talk about money, travel, and life abroad. We live in Lisbon, Portugal. We have permanent residency in Mexico, and we are searching other residencies.
Yes, we are.
Right? Why, you might ask? Because choices, because the world is changing. Because if you were sitting there and thinking that what was true yesterday is going to be true for tomorrow, I don't know. So in light of that, we help folks who look like us, who are getting close to retirement age and forgot to plan. We help them get their money straight so that they can retire on time or maybe even early.
Early is good. Abroad is even better, y'all.
So if any of that sounds interesting to you, what we need
So in other words, you make money off of counseling different people that have their own money, that you can tell them what to do, how you have done, and you live off of your pensions and your retirement and money off of counseling or consulting other people that have money. So you feed off of the Black American population with this notion of leaving the matrix, leaving Babylon, and go elsewhere to avoid Trump and all this other stuff so that you make money. So your intentions is not pure, because you benefit off of triggering emotionally Indigenous American Blacks to respond to what you say. And so that's why you are coming to talk crazy to Black Americans the hardest. And you guys will hear in a minute, because it doesn't take long for them to get into talking crazy about Black Americans. But this is what I'm seeing in you. You are reaping a benefit off of triggering Black Americans who are Indigenous to America. You are triggering us in hopes that we become emotional and fearful. You fear monger us to get a response, and then you get emails and calls about how to get out of the matrix and how to flee America. Again, you should take this way of thinking towards the migrants and the illegals and the people that are not American to do what you did. If it's such a wonderful thing for us to go do, why is it not a wonderful thing for the immigrants to do it first? That's what I want to know.
to do right now. Go ahead. We need you to subscribe, because what we do know is that 50% of you who are watching are not subscribed.
No.
Some of you guys said, I thought I was subscribed, and then find out you weren't subscribed.
Check again, make sure you are.
Yeah, because sometimes YouTube be tripping.
So I'm at a race in Miami. I notice this guy. He looks very familiar. Then I see him at the Garden watching basketball. Same guy. And I immediately call security. Turns out he has no idea who I am. He just has a Sapphire Resort card that gets him into exclusive events. Nice guy, though. Kind of a baby about the whole security thing.
YouTube be tripping. Sometimes they be tripping, right? So make sure you're subscribed, because what we do know is that this information needs to go out to our community, and we're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. So can we count on you to help us with that?
We're working hard, Joe. Come on now.
Can we help you? Can we count on you to help us with that? If the answer is yes, we will be happy. We will be very.
And of course, making money off of YouTube. So they have an ulterior motive. They want to make their money off of fear mongering us and off of YouTube, and they have pensions and retirement. So go figures. They have a leg up. So their philosophy works for them. It would not necessarily work for most Indigenous American Blacks, though, because we don't have pensions and retirements like that unless you're older, like they are.
All right, sweetheart. So what are we talking about today?
Today we're talking about Trump's threat. I mean, every time you turn around, he has a new threat.
Right?
But I'm tired of this shit. So, and why Black Americans, why we need a second passport.
That's right. Especially us. Especially us.
So you gotta.
And why would it be especially us when we're not the ones being told to get out of Dodge in the next month or so? Why we most of all, when we are American and we're from the soil and we are embedded in the Constitution, why would it be us the most? Again, they see us as opportunity to make money off of us. They see us as leverage to manipulate. This is what I don't like about Pan-Africans, because they see us as ATMs for them to benefit off of and tell us to do all these things that most of us cannot do. and be successful in doing, yet they don't have a problem bringing us up. Like literally just a couple of days ago, Trump literally let it be known, immigrants, time's up. TPS holders, time's up. Green card holders, your time is fleeting. Illegals and aliens, your time is over. And yet the first thing she wants to talk on is Indigenous Black Americans. We the ones should be most fearful. We the ones need to go and do something first. This is what I do not like about Pan-Africans, because they are not truly about what they preach. Because if they were truly about unity and so-called blackness, and everybody black needs to go to Africa, or everybody black needs to go do these things, and you need to talk to the black folks that are having these issues with Trump now. And leave us the fuck alone, lady.
Realize what he is saying, this ain't spin. This is a real deal.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So we're going to talk about what Trump actually said, what the Melon Felon actually said, because he said some things that were really disturbing, y'all. And once I heard that, I was like, oh, we got to talk about this. Not only do we have to talk about it, but we have to offer solutions. So we're going to talk about what Trump actually said, because if you're normal, you don't know, because you were dealing with family. You were enjoying your family. You were doing what we were doing, right? What we want you to know, why this changes everything for us, right? Why this changes everything for folks who consider themselves Black, African American, et cetera, et cetera. Also, we're going to talk about the fastest second passport options.
Yes.
6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months.
Right?
The safest residency pathways for 2025, which is almost done.
Right.
2026.
Right. And how to build a realistic plan, right, to get out of Dodge by 2026, all right? 12 to 24.
So if you have such know-it-all, if you have so much information, why wouldn't you go to Haitians and Jamaicans and Africans that are fighting to stay in America about these wonderful opportunities that you know about, these pathways that you know about? Again, you are a liar, a deceiver, a manipulator. You only care about monies you think we really got right now. And somehow you think because you are a Black Americans that you should be afforded our money and our trust. And we're not riding with you. You don't have no authority over us to tell us a goddamn thing. You don't have no authority to tell us shit. Go tell that shit to the immigrants. That's what you need to go do.
We're going to talk about that and a lot more, all right? But first, if you're new to our channel, then you might not know. Back in 2018, Rick and I got a wake-up call, y'all. We looked at our money and it looked crazy.
Crazy.
But we did get our financial act together. And we went from negative 22,000 in net worth to 1.1 million in net worth. And if we can do it, y'all, you can do it too. You can do it too, okay? So what we need you to do is to subscribe, to hit that notification bell twice.
Hey there, snowflakes. I'm Frostbite, the coolest snowman this side of the North Pole.
That notification bell twice so that you know every single time we drop a new video or go live. We have the Side Hustle Challenge coming up the second week in January. If you're not on our email list, you will not get notifications when we start to, I don't want to say sell tickets, but reserve seats. Okay, we're only accepting.
Again, this is what this is about. You are looking to have a plug, another way of making money off of Indigenous American Blacks. We are the pool of people. You think that you should have the opportunity and the pull to keep getting money from us. And that is not cool, because we should not be acting as if we're desperate and as if we're running out of options, because that is not our situation. Again, you should be talking to the Haitians. You should be talking to the Jamaicans and the Africans. But I know the reason why you're not talking to them, because they're not Pan-African. You won't have no influence on them. And you know it. The only people that you have wiggle room with is Indigenous Black Americans, because you are Black Americans. And so you think that you can pull this desperation and this woe is us in America. Look at Trump, the orange man. He's such a dictator. He is talking all bad to all these other groups of people. Somehow we're supposed to feel for them over how we really feel about ourselves in America. Their plight is not our plight. Their fight is not our fight. What they are going through, we're not going through. And I'm not going to pretend like I am to appease you and your pockets. Okay?
25 folks, y'all. We're only accepting 25 folks. And the reason why is because we're going to do a lot of work to help you get from idea to liftoff, okay? In 10 weeks. That's what we're going to do. All right. So we're talking about the fastest residency pathways in 2020.
So in other words, sell a dream to the Black Americans, because you can't sell a dream to the immigrants, because they want to become what we are. They want to become Americans so bad. You know damn well that is their dream. So you have to play us against ourselves, make us feel bad about being American, make us feel bad that everything is happening all over the place in America with everybody else. Shouldn't you feel bad for them too? Shouldn't you share in the festivities of what they're going through? No, not really. Have this conversation with them and leave us the fuck alone.
This is 26, how to build a realistic plan. And
we got a trivia question.
Okay, Rick, what is it?
So the trivia question is, which country offers the fastest second passport with no residency requirements? Is it A, Argentina, B, Dominica, C, Canada? Stay with us for that answer. But I think they know. Somebody knows. Y'all know.
Don't Google it.
Do not Google it.
Don't Google it. All right, y'all, we watch it. Which country offers the fastest second passport with no residency requirement? Argentina, Dominica, or Canada? What do you think? What do you think? All right, here we go. We're going to say hello to all the folks who are in the chat. If you are watching from the future, hey, let us know what you think about the trivia question. Let us know what answer, and let us know where you are logging into. Anybody who's watching in must say hello in the chat. Say hello. Let us know where you're logging in from. And I see Canada. I see Dominica. I see Argentina. I see B, which was Dominica. I see Canada. All right, y'all. I see Canada. I see Canada. I see Dominica. All right, y'all. What is the answer? A is Argentina. B is Dominica. And C is Canada.
Oh, Canada.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get started with with the first part, and then we will say hello to the folks who are in the chat. If you are a member.
Right now is a great time to save at our Black Friday sales event at Roseville Kia.
Take advantage of the fantastic sale.
Or a member, did you join us an hour before for the behind the scenes and for the chitty chat, right?
Yeah.
Did y'all join us? And if not, why not? If not, why not? Inquiring minds want to know. We were drinking gingrias and everything else because, of course, we had a party here. All right. Part one. What did Trump actually say? What did he actually say? I was going to put up the Truth Social post, but wait, let me see if I can get it right quick, because it is so crazy It is so crazy what he wrote. And anybody, so let me see, permanently, he said he's going to permanently pause migration from third world countries. How do you permanently pause? Because I thought
you can permanently pause if you need to. If America has been overextended and they have been flooded with immigrants and aliens and illegals, and they have like too many people already on the roster for green cards and all these other things, the TPS and everything else under the sun, and it's in the millions, you can pause. Who says that you have to leave indefinitely your borders and the opportunities open for anyone to come in, even when you already know from the previous president, he has extended beyond the level of what it should have been for 4 years. Of course he can stop. Who says we have to keep things open, a border open, America open? Who says? This is what I have a problem with Pan-Africans and other Marxist people that think like this. They think that America is supposed to be globalized for everybody. America's not going to stay America if we take on this thought process of what she has and what she thinks America should represent. America is not for we are the world. This is not what America was meant to be. We're the greatest country because we have been sovereign and we have been practical, and it has been managed after all the turmoils of old, of course. I'm saying as of now, it's been managed. It has been benefited by so many other groups of people, but there is a limit. You have to like have a limit. It has to be somehow, it can't go on indefinitely. But she's about to make it seem like how dare Trump put his foot down with sovereignty of America. Listen to this.
The word pause meant it was temporary, but we never thought that the American president was that bright, did we? No, we didn't. So he said, I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries, we don't use that language anymore, to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's auto pen, and remove anyone who is not an asset to the United States. And then he goes on to...
Yes, he doesn't want to have freeloaders from all over the world feel comfortable and confident to continually want to come to America to be taken care of. Duh. He shouldn't want that for America. We are $33 trillion in the hole in debt, I believe, if not more by now. $33 trillion debt in the hole. Trump's trying to make it more reasonable. He's trying to carve out some of the debt. He's trying to clean out the swamp. He's done a lot of different things to pause a lot of different things so that he could get control over the debt. And somehow she's confused about that.
What do you say about Western civilization? Let me look this up too. Go ahead. You got some of the quotes right there. Anyone who's not an asset, what's that? What was he saying?
What, denaturalize immigrants who undermine domestic tranquility?
How does one define that? How does one define that? Okay, I can't find it. I can't find the whole thing. I had it up. Wait, I think I've got it up over here. I've got it up. But he says he's going to remove anyone who is not a net asset. So he should remove himself and his nothing muffin, dumb and dumber kids. Here we go. Deport anyone non-compatible.
Look, Mom.
Wow. Wish I bought Dixie. These weak.
Deport anyone non-compatible with Western civilization. The melon felon, the president of the United States said, the melon felon said, I will deport. I want to. This is what he wants to do. We'll talk about what he wants to do and what he can do. But we know what he can do and what he can't do is, we don't know. We don't know. But what he said was he wants to deport anyone non-compatible with Western civilization. What does that mean, my people? What does that mean? Not compatible. So does not compatible with Western civilization mean anybody who's anti-racist? Because racism is definitely compatible with Western civilization, and anti-racism is not.
It's not.
Misogyny is really compatible with Western civilization. Anti-misogyny is not. So, I just want to know what the definition is, because my idea of what Western civilization is and the melon felon's definition of what the Western civilization is might be two different things. I don't know what you think, baby.
Well, my issue with her is they have tapped out. They've left America. They feel like America's not suited for them. Good. But why are you still thinking about America? Why can't you just walk away and not look back and go live your fucking life? Again, it's because there's potential money that can be made off of tricking and finessing Indigenous Black Americans into thinking like you, wanting to be like you, wanting to do what you're doing and all these types of things. So we are essentially another form of income that can be gained if we buy into what she's selling. That's why this bitch, this bald-headed bitch, can't just walk away and not look back. Like, if you don't like America, you proved your point and left it, but you are not leaving it altogether because you can't stop thinking and talking about America, because that's your way of making money still. Again, you don't like the fact that Black Americans are coming into their own mind and they are choosing to accept America as what it is, and we are not desiring to run away as you are claiming for us to want to do, and we're not doing it. But let's listen some more.
What you think?
You know, it sounds like something he said when he abruptly woke his ass up.
He also said, only reverse migration can correct or cure this situation.
He just said that because it rhymed.
Migration situation, I don't think he. So, you know what reverse migration, that doesn't sound like, didn't Hitler use those same, Hitler used those same words, but you don't want us to compare him, but you keep doing the same things.
I didn't think of Hitler. Like I said, he has the right. He is the president. America should maintain its own fabric and colors and, you know who's here and why they're here. He has the right to control and run the country. We elected him to become president and run and manage the fucking country. So he won. Kamala Harris did not. I'm sure she voted for Kamala Harris. I'm sure she was screaming to the moon about her losing and all of that. Get over yourself. We don't want to become a Marxist society. We don't want it to be open, bordered, and anyone can come in and do whatever they desire to do. We have so many illegals over here committing a lot of fraud, a lot of crime, unalivings, rapes, and all of that. We don't need those types of people here. And he's putting a halt and a stop to it. And you're mad because he's deciding to do this now. I mean, at what point would you feel he should stop and manage a country that's gone off the rails? At what point? You know what I'm saying? If he didn't do it now, when? At one time or another, he would have to do this. And I'm glad he's doing it now versus too late. That's what I'm glad about. That's what I'm happy about.
If you don't want me to call you an asshole, stop acting like a damn asshole. If you don't want me to call you a racist, stop acting like a racist. When you say reverse migration, I think Hitler. If you don't want to be compared to Hitler, stop acting like him. That's all I'm saying. That would cure the situation for damn sure.
Yeah, it would.
More than reverse migration would.
Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom has helped fiercely protect the animal kingdom, just as we help.
More than reverse migration would. Because what reverse migration is going to do is continue.
And here is the lie. I'm glad I found this video. Here is just a lie that I just caught her in. There is something called H-1B1 visa program. And of course, I believe Trump is allowing that with the Indians to come over here and other people that are so-called talented with technology and whatnot. And there is actually a clash between the Republicans because they feel like Americans should be the ones getting those types of jobs. And Trump is open for immigrants that are talented, supposedly, to come over and do these different types of jobs with this H-1B visa program. So if Trump was truly like Hitler, he would not want to have anybody come in at all. So let's listen to this video real quick and then I'll continue. Please hit the like button. Please share, subscribe. Let's go.
President Trump's base united on illegal immigration, but on legal immigration, a growing split, with the president sounding a softer note.
If you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent.
When we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here.
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn.
He's talking about the H-1B visa, a program that allows American businesses to hire skilled foreign workers for specialty jobs, something the U.S. has been doing for decades. The government approves around 100,000 new applications each year, sometimes more, sometimes less.
So again, if Trump was really the Hitler and what she's trying to describe him as being, there would be no such thing as H-1B1 visa program extended to immigrants. I believe like it should be not extended as to the degree in which Trump is trying to allow it. I believe 100,000 of them coming over here when you have Americans that could be trained to do these high technological jobs. He's talking as if we are incapable of doing these types of jobs when he hasn't given them the opportunity to try or learn to do these jobs. While he is, you know, he could just hire like 30, 40,000 Americans and start training them now. But he's allowing these immigrants to come in and fill these higher up jobs that pay very, very well. And he's kind of keeping the Americans out of these higher up jobs. So which one is it? Is Trump like Hitler, or is he his own man and he's doing some things right and some things wrong? In my opinion, he shouldn't really be doing these H-1B1 visas to the degree in which he's open to do. But this woman, let her tell it. Trump is just a fascist. He's a dictator. He's a racist. he doesn't like any other person unless they're white. That's what she's trying to carve out for us to believe, and that's just not true.
Reverse migration is going to do is continue to help destroy America. If you think I'm wrong, sit back and watch. And then he ended with,
You won't be here for long.
Who's he talking to?
He's talking to the immigrants. Again, she's posing this question, who is he talking to try to give us this belief that it could be us as well, because she wants our money. A typical scamming ass Pan-African. He outlined who he's talking about, and now she is like confused, pretending to be confused and concerned when there should not be. Listen to this.
Who is he talking to? Because if they give him the right to unilaterally take away citizenship from naturalized citizens, who's to say that anyone born in the United States now can get their citizenship stripped away because he wants to get rid of birthright citizenship? Well, the only reason Black folks have citizenship is because we were born in the United States. Yeah, but my grandparents, he don't care about none of that. His grandparents or great-grandparents were not even American, okay? Okay. My great-grandparents, on the other hand, I know were born on the plantation, American. His great-grandparents were born in Germany or some other place in Europe. So we are more American than he. But to hear him tell it, I'm just saying, this rhetoric is unprecedented. Y'all, this is not normal.
No.
I want you to know this is not normal. All right. All right. Now let's talk about what he can't legally do. Yet. Because this is based upon current U.S. law only. All right. He can only denaturalize somebody if they've lied on their N-400 forms, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they concealed
Material information.
right? And or the person belonged to some kind of prohibited group. Now, at one time, communists were in that group. Socialists, terrorists, of course, etc. Right? Like, if you belonged, if they have documentation to prove that you belong to that group at the time that you were filling out the paperwork or naturalized, they can revoke. All right, they can revoke. That's what the law says. There is no legal definition or net asset. If you're not a net asset to the United States, but he's not an MF and net asset. He is a deficit. He is a succubus that just sucks the life out of everything he touches.
Everything.
And yet,
if you have tried multiple oral antidepressants,
Everything.
and yet, white, entitled, and incompetent, WEI. These MFs, if y'all don't know who Larry Daniel Favors is, then okay, now you know. She coined WEI, and she is so on point because every single person who was hired by the Mellon Felon is a WEI hire. Every single one. How do I know? Well, Halisi, you don't know. I don't need to know. I know him. And he's WEI.
He is truly WEI.
So anyone that he would hire would be WEI, especially in this administration. I remember when my dad said, look, you need to know everybody's job in the building. You need to become indispensable. This is that, work twice as hard to get half as far.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we heard that too. Maybe
right?
Worded differently, but we heard it.
Right. That's what that is. Know everybody's job in the building. These mofos. How do you define Western civilization and what do you say, being an acid or adopting compatible? There is no legal definition for compatible with Western civilization, y'all. There is no definition. But this mofo that aids to domestic tranquility, really, because that means that every single ICE agent needs to have their citizenship revoked because they are harming domestic tranquility.
Yes.
Every single white supremacist.
Again, this woman is just out of her fucking mind. Let me play what I heard a while ago. Ilhan Omar was allegedly caught marrying her brother for him to come to America. And there are plenty of cases where Somalians have done this and other people have married to get a green card and they have been founded out. And supposedly this is known and was known when Biden was president, and people didn't act on it when they got the information. I wonder if they're going to act on it now that Trump's in office. I do know that Minnesota is definitely in a host of trouble with the fraud and scams that they've been doing. And again, marrying your brother is committing immigration fraud. And these are the types of things in which Trump is dealing with right now. And this woman is just talking out of the side of her neck and just giving everybody the benefit of the doubt when you should never. People coming over here by the millions, and she's just giving them all passes because they're human. It's not going to fly. But listen to this real quick.
So it's been known for quite a while that Ilhan Omar apparently married her own brother to help him gain entry illegally into the country. That's a violation of immigration law. That actually happened, it turns out. And now we're learning the FBI had evidence to confirm it, but didn't do anything about it. Now, this is coming from an individual who claims that they acquired DNA, got it tested, and said, oh, hey, look, they're brother and sister. And Ilhan Omar married her brother to help him get legal papers to reside in the United States.
The administration is going to possibly look into immigration fraud committed by Ilhan Omar by possibly marrying her brother. Tax fraud.
Well, there's a lot of talk about the fact that she was married to her brother. I know nothing about it. I hear she was married to her brother. You're asking me a question about it. I don't know, but I'm sure that somebody would be looking at that.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar spent the last 2 years denying serious allegations that she married her own brother so he could stay in the United States.
There have been stories going around since 2016, 2017, that Ilhan Omar married her brother.
So allegedly there's DNA evidence, witness testimony that says Ilhan Omar married her brother to get him in the U.S. illegally. Click on the link below to hear the full story.
Again, but this woman on this platform is wanting to make it seem like, you know, people that come to America are all innocent. They don't do nothing wrong. They're just trying to be human. They're just trying to survive. We should just be loving one another and care for everybody, without understanding that we've been misused and abused and scammed and just doing the most. And if Trump never brought it out, definitely the Democrats were never going to bring that out. And while I'm bringing up Somalians, because this has been a big topic as of late, with them being tied with a fraud there in Minnesota, I want to just showcase this fact. And there are hundreds of thousands of fraudsters that are immigrants that are here now, that are defrauding our country resources now. And this woman would like you to believe that it's all harmless. It's no big deal.
Uncovered in Minnesota found money intended for social services has been allegedly siphoned indirectly into the pockets of the Somali terrorist group Al-Shabaab. Somali immigrants in Minnesota have reportedly been abusing systems meant to help the most unfortunate among us, including the latest federally funded autism services. The autism fraud scheme reportedly amassed $14 million through Medicare claims for services that were never provided, involving kids who never had autism. And the Somali immigrants behind this web of schemes have allegedly stolen billions from taxpayers, much of the money going back to the Somali government, where it would then end up in the hands of terrorists. Manhattan Institute investigative reporter Ryan Thorpe was one of the first exposing the schemes for their ties to terrorism. With us now, Ryan, a line from your story stuck out. The largest funder of al-Shabaab is the Minnesota taxpayer, and you cite an unnamed source for that. What is the evidence that all of this money that was taken and the billions upon billions of increased funding in Minnesota for social services ended up in Somalia?
Well, billions of dollars of government welfare money is missing in the state of Minnesota.
How do we define missing?
Well, the fraud is so bad that the U.S. Attorney's Office has come out and indicated that they believe their entire government programs, where the fraudulent claims outstrip the legitimate ones. There are cases where indictments have come down or guilty pleas are already in to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars that were fraudulently obtained.
Hundreds of millions of dollars by Somalians alone. And we shouldn't say anything. We shouldn't stop this. We shouldn't call it out. We shouldn't reject these people or eject these people out of our country because of what they're doing to the people of America, blocking us from getting benefits because they're stealing them for themselves. Again, Pan-Africans are painting a picture that immigrants can't do no wrong, and we should just be loving on humans because they're human. And that is just all bullshit. And this is why I wanted to point this out, because if you're listening, woman, because I'm intending to tag you, you're full of shit, and you should do your research before you open your fucking mouth. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. These people have been taking us for a ride and then some, and they should be made to go.
And false claims alongside doctored paperwork. And the indictments are continuing to come. And the U.S. Attorney's Office has made very clear that this is a network of fraud schemes stacked upon fraud schemes, and that while the true dollar figure in terms of stolen funds at this point isn't quite clear, it's safe to say that we're talking about billions of dollars.
Okay. It's pretty wild, some of the things that you lay out, including one group called Feeding the Future that went from getting $3.4 million in 2019 to $200 million 2 years later. They grew faster than NVIDIA. How did nobody see that? Or is it that people and the government and those who are supposed to be the watchdogs, like Tim Walz, like Keith Ellison, the Attorney General, they just continually give immigrants the benefit of the doubt that they do not give to Americans. They do not give the same benefit of the doubt to us that they give to immigrants. And it's apparent that Democrats got it bad. Why? Because they sold out a long time ago, and they're also getting money on top of the money being siphoned. While they're stealing. And so they're not going to say nothing because they're also stealing as well. And this type of activity, again, is just disrespecting everything about America, and it's just allowing this weakness of, what we are as Americans to make us look like we easy licks. In other words, they've gotten away with it for so long. I mean, I'm so glad that they finally got called out. It's about fucking time, though.
Okay. I think it's safe to say that there was a real unwillingness or inability among Democratic state officials in Minnesota to recognize some pretty obvious alarm bells here. All across these programs, claims were skyrocketing, absolutely spiraling out of control over a short period of time. And the reality is that the Somali community, which is where these large-scale fraud rings have been concentrated within this population in the state, it is a sizable voting bloc. It is a voting bloc you have to win if you're going to win political office in Minneapolis. And so I think that was likely a incentive here that made some people not want to look too closely at what's been going on.
Wow. And that would explain why now it's the U.S. attorney looking into it rather than the state law enforcement or state fraud investigators. Is there any indication, Ryan, as you get, and obviously, it's one of those things you drop an investigative piece, then all of a sudden you get 1,000 more tips. That this goes higher, like actually into state government? You get the last 30 seconds.
I can't confirm that. So I don't want to get out in front of my skis here. What I can say is that this story has generated additional tips, and it is something that we are continuing to look into as we push forward with our efforts to expose the fraud rings that have been taking advantage of the generosity of Minnesota taxpayers.
Yeah, stunning.
Again, that's one of millions. One of millions that are being discovered day to day. And like I said, Pan-Africans and Marxists, globalists don't have a care in the world about what is being done against America because they think that everybody's entitled to America. And this woman right here represents what I don't want y'all mistaking Indigenous Black Americans as being like, because we are not like this. We are not this dumb, this slow, and we are not thinking that everybody is just coming over here with the best intentions always, because I know better. But let her tell it. Everybody else that comes over here are just precious human beings. They don't do nothing wrong. And how dare Trump say anything about what others are desiring to do, whether it's thievery or whatever else, scams or whatever. We should not pay it no mind because we're doing our job as loving one another. Fuck out of here.
But this mofo that aids to domestic tranquility, really, because that means that every single ICE agent needs to have their citizenship revoked because they are harming domestic tranquility.
So she's saying that ICE agents ought to be losing their citizenships and being deported or whatever happened to them because they're holding up the standard of what we need to be like here in America. They're risking their life to get these people out. They're out in the open where people can hit them with cars or shoot them with guns or whatever like that. And she wants to add insult to injury and say they're the problem, not the illegals for coming up over here. Surely they can't be the problem. It has to be the people that's trying to make laws stick is the problem. Listen to this ignorance right here. This woman doesn't represent a true Indigenous American Black. She is a globalist, a Marxist, a Pan-African clown who needs to be barred from America because she hates it so much. Don't bring your bitch ass back, okay?
Western civilization, y'all. There is no definition. But this mofo that aids to domestic tranquility, really, because that means that every single ICE agent needs to have their citizenship revoked because they are harming domestic tranquility.
Yes.
Every single white supremacist needs to have their citizenship card revoked because they are anti-domestic tranquility. But y'all ain't trying to hear that. So we got some crazy people in the chat. We ain't got no crazy people yet.
Yeah.
I'm looking because only reverse migration can fully cure the situation. Are you freaking kidding me right now? is no legal definition for reverse migration. These are political constructs, right? These are political constructs. These are not law. This is not law. This man has been flying by the seat of his pants. Flying by the seat of his pants, making shit up on the fly. And people are going for it.
You got to know why this rhetoric is dangerous.
Right? We're going to talk about that in a second. All right, let's see who is in the chat. All right, we'll go back up to the top. Y'all know the deal. Put a Q in front of your question or comment. Hello, Dr. James. Good day, good day to you too. A&L Cancer? I don't want to say it like that. A&L Cancer. That's how I'm reading that? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Please correct me. Please correct me. Right? Correct me. Badia, good to see you. Bonita is in the house.
Hey, Bonita.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Bobby is in the house. Miriam, Gwen and Derek, Alice Bro, all of these members. Look at our members. Hey, Liveworks. Yay. A Better Life. Good to see you. Good to see you. Rapper MD is in the house. I love it. I love it. I love it. Hello, PE. Good to see you. Amber Anderson. And of course,
BJ.
Of course. Action BJ.
And I know I saw her too.
What'd you say?
Talking about.
Oh, we did. I think we saw Pilgrim. Pearl Girl is in the house. Bethany, good to see you. Crystal Freeman.
Crystal.
Winnie is in the house. Tashika Holmes. Bethany. Carla Brown is in the house.
Let me fast forward this a little bit. She's doing too much. This is annoying. Hold on.
I never thought I would develop shingles. I was wrong. I didn't know that 99% of...
Say, all right, let's move on. So we talked about what the Melon Felon said. And I hate the fact that it seems like it's like, oh, we gonna talk about this. And then he does some shit.
Does some shit.
And then that just blows all of our plans out the water. Right?
Yeah, we wanted to talk about holiday stuff.
Yeah, we were going to talk about holiday stuff, you guys. We were going to talk about holiday stuff, but we're going to talk about why this is so dangerous. Because once a government labels a group non-compatible or non-Western, right? History shows that this does not end well. Citizenship becomes vulnerable to political interpretation.
Yes.
Isn't that what we were just talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what we were just talking about? Like, who is to say what is compatible or an asset, a net asset? It comes from a lot. The man who bankrupt how many companies?
He bankrupt a casino. A casino ain't nothing but money.
Right? Talking about some net assets. Bitch, you don't know what a net asset is? It's been kick you in the butt.
Oh, gosh.
I'll show you what is not a net asset. Like I say, ICE to me is doing a tremendous job. It's very dangerous here and now to be involved as an agent of ICE. They put their necks on the line every day by trying to ensure that they keep out people that are illegal. I'm just wanting to show y'all a little tidbit of what they discovered at a traffic stop in Putnam County recently, to show you how crazy it is that they have to do this job. But let her tell it, every human is welcome. Everybody that desires to come up over here in America, they should be accepted. They should not have to have a type of standard, or we shouldn't evaluate whether or not they are an asset to us or not, because we're supposed to be just open arms like Jesus and accept any and everybody that just decides to bum rush over here. But here is a traffic stop that just shows you how easy it is to come over here in America, and why the agent ICE or the ICE agents are very necessary right now.
Georgia.
Georgia. Okay.
When the officer gets to the side door,
No English.
this is what he finds.
80. Okay.
People and luggage crammed into every available space.
You speak a little English?
According to sheriff's investigators, there are 16 adults in this van, as well as 2 children, ages 3 and
16 adults, unvetted, unknown, who these men are, what they're capable of doing. They're not in nobody's system. Their DNA is not in the system. If they were to unalive somebody or grape somebody, they could get away with it because they are not of our soil. They're not of our system. They have not been introduced. They have not been vetted. Nothing. But let her tell it. These people are acceptable because they're humans and they're in need, and that we should not desire to be safe. We should not desire to secure America. But look at this.
4 years old.
There's 15 people in this, man. Hopefully we bring them all out. Yeah.
Deputies will tell News 2 there are no car seats and the children are sitting on their mother's lap.
The babies were in the very back with the mother, definitely exposed to a lot of marijuana from inside the vehicle. And the mother did tell one of our deputies that they hadn't had much to eat the entire trip from Michigan. She was basically feeding them a little bread, a little water as she could get it.
English? No. Español? Poquito.
The deputies ask if anyone speaks English. Nobody does.
Gracias.
One
Gracias.
after another.
Gracias.
People exit the van, handing the deputies passports and ID cards from Guatemala, Mexico, and Haiti. Do you know how they came to this country?
We do not know that at this time. Obviously, we'll work with ICE and try to drill down on some of that. And
Once deputies get into the van, they'll find 4 pounds of marijuana and $8,000 in cash. According to investigators, the van was transporting these people from Michigan to Georgia. That's where they say they were going to work as part of some kind of farming operation. According to investigators, 13 of the 6 adults are now in ICE custody. 3 of the adults who were transporting the marijuana, they're being held in the Putnam County Jail to face drug charges. And the sheriff tells me that the kids, they're currently in the custody of DCS. Send it back to you.
Again, we can't afford to have unknown people piling in, flooding in to our borders and not understand why they're here, because that could be a very dangerous thing. But again, she's not thinking about the security and safety of Americans. She's only thinking about everybody and anybody having human rights over the American safety. And that's why I can't respect a Pan-African. I can't respect a Marxist or a globalist, because they don't give a damn about Americans. They could care less. And if you say something about it, then you are racist. You are a hater. You don't love yourself. All this bullshit talk that they like to put upon us, especially Indigenous Black Americans. They like to bring that out and say, oh, you should know better because of slavery. You should know better because of what your ancestors fought for, and all this other crap that they like to use against us. And we're not going for that any longer. Pretty soon she's going to switch and talk about FBA in a minute or more. But I want y'all to understand that she is flawed and she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. But again, it sounds good to give people the benefit of the doubt and assume that their troubles and their problems are somehow not a threat to us in real time in America. And they are a threat, monetarily wise, criminal wise, space wise. You know, the kids going to the schools and they don't speak English. They affect our kids in school. They affect housing. People are fighting over apartments or houses. And why should we fight with illegals and immigrants that are not even Americans for the housing that we have. They should not even be a part of that. And that's why I'm glad that Trump is doing what he did, because it was needed.
You banked up a casino. A casino ain't nothing but money.
Right? Talk about some net assets. Bitch, you don't know what a net asset is? It's been kick you in the butt.
Oh, gosh.
I'm sorry. This is dangerous rhetoric because
rights can be quietly and not so quietly restricted.
But we've seen that. We have seen that, right? Like, they have said that certain students who write an op-ed in their student newspaper all of a sudden are a threat to national security. Really? Our national security is that weak? The United States national security, according to them, can be taken down by some arbitrary young woman in a hijab who's just writing a little op-ed in her student newspaper. Really?
Not storing government secrets in your
John.
In your bathroom that you ain't reading. He ain't reading them.
No, you know what he was taking. He was taking all them Epstein files. That's what was in there, them Epstein files with the pictures with him and that little girl. That's what that was. Surveillance and targeting will increase. We saw that after 9/11. We still have not ratcheted back our rights from the Patriot Act, y'all. And right now, as we speak, Palantir, the government, and AI tech bro folks are showing the government how to, and ICE, that department just bought the software to be able to tap into your phone without your knowledge. And listen, turn on the camera, right? Turn on the camera without you knowing, turn and listen. They have to tap. Like when I was a kid, our phones were tapped, our house was bugged. They somehow had to get into our house to do that, or send someone in our house to do that. They ain't got to do that no more.
Mm-hmm. It's right there in your phone, in your pocket.
Right there. Right there. Okay? These are facts. Google it.
Yeah.
Google it.
Deportation becomes a policy tool as it is now. It doesn't become, it already is.
When you use language like that, when they are deporting, no, they're not deporting, when they are kidnapping folks off of the street whose home country was, say, El Salvador, but they're sending them to the Congo. What's wrong with that picture? And if you think FBAs, that they're not going to come.
So here we go with the FBA. She was taking her time to get there, but she's now here. And this is the part that I think I turned on to listen to. Her rant, talking against us, claiming our own identity, and assuming our own way of thinking about who we are to America. She thinks that we should believe ourselves to be everything else but American. Everybody who is a Pan-African desires for us to claim ourselves as being African. They want us to associate ourselves as being immigrants and illegals on the soil of America that we helped build. And we're not going for that. And these people such as her can't finesse, can't manipulate, can't flip the script on us and play a Jedi trick on us, because we know ourselves more and we're more confident in our own skin. And this is why she doesn't like us calling ourselves by FBA or Indigenous American Blacks, anything that is reminiscent to claiming your own power and your own autonomy to yourself. She's about to go in on so-called FBA.
You're looking mighty Haitian today. Don't get too cute.
Crazy thing is, Black Americans have been targeted by this language before.
Right? We know this. And this is why we know that Black America always has to pay attention to what is going on. Because if a president can decide who is non-compatible,
who lacks Western interests and values,
who undermines domestic tranquility,
he can target any community that challenges white supremacy. There's
no world where this language doesn't eventually reach us.
It's coming.
Okay? There does not exist a world where you start talking about like undermines domestic tranquility and all of these like very ambiguous Western values and all of this nonsense. When they start talking like that, it will eventually hit our doorstep. It hits our doorstep because just like in Chicago, 100% of the folks in that apartment building were Black and brown folks, y'all.
And why did they go to that neighborhoods? Because the Democrats dumped the illegals off in the Black community. That's why the illegals were there. So they had to go where the illegals were. And unfortunately, they were in the Black community. But once they pulled the Americans out and they checked and verified who they were, they let them go. What she's attempting to do now is fearmonger, as they normally do. They don't like the fact that we are covered and protected by the birthright citizenship, so we don't have a qualm in the world. We're not tripping off of these mass deportations. We're not tripping off of the language that Trump's using, because we are protected class of people here of America. And she doesn't like it because she's not able to manipulate us and scare us and make us feel like shit because everybody else is affected and we are not. And so now she's trying to come in and down on us for being proud about being who we are. Somehow we should have our head held low. We should have some shame and feel desperate and undesirable and all these types of things. That's what she would like us to be like, because if we're like that, she can come in and she can paint a picture that looks brighter outside of America, and she can get the money that you may have stored away or that you may have coming in the mail or coming month to month or whatever like that. She can get and pickpocket you out of emotionalism and tricking you into believing that you need to leave America. And that's what she's trying to set up to do right here. Let's go.
People got arrested when they rounded up Black and brown people in the middle of the night with no search warrant and just grabbed them and said, "We heard that." Hog-tied them, grabbed babies out of their apartment, half dressed, and zip-tied them. Guess how many people got charged? That's right, none. None. We've got
and guess how many got deported? Only the illegals, none Americans. And that's the part she's not going to emphasize as usual.
Babies right now who are traumatized for life because of that bullshit. What are you doing?
And I think the video that she's talking about, people have said that video was an older video. It was some other video. Of course, it didn't look good to see a baby in zip ties or whatever, but it was not in that particular area that she's referencing to, in that time that she's referencing to. People are making up stories that are old and trying to make them look new to try to get Black Americans involved in their bullshit. That's basically what Democrats and others, the media, have been attempting to do to get us out in the street and get us upset, and none of it has worked. And they're pissed that we don't care about what the fuck they're saying, because it has no effect on us. We can't be deported, and they're mad that we don't feel what others are feeling. But oh well, get over yourself.
About it.
Don't let your vacation rental and your hammock be invisible. Get seen, get booked on Booking.com. Del Taco Zell. Big boxes, big flavor, big value, big old burritos.
What are you doing about it? There is a fierce urgency of now. This is no longer about someday when I retire.
Or maybe one day I'll live abroad.
Right? It's not about that. This is right now. I'm thinking about Portugal. I'm thinking about Panama. I'm thinking about Mexico. I'm thinking about, right? This is about right now. This is about protecting your mobility,
your safety,
protecting your rights before the end of 2026. Okay? We're talking about getting out of Dodge before the end of this. I'm gonna say this year because ain't not that much more left of 2025, right? That's what this is about. Okay, let's see what you guys are talking about, and then we will get to the list and the answer to our trivia question. All right. Let's see. Hey, Ailey, good to see you. Jametta, good to see you. There's Shakota.
Avocado.
I didn't see in Mexico as well.
Yeah,
Yay.
congratulations.
Yay. I haven't heard, Benita, about the influx of Israelites into Portugal. I don't think there's an influx of anybody, Benita, because their shit is so far behind. I don't see how anybody can be influxing into Portugal. We had our renewal appointment before we left for vacation.
September 9th, I believe it was.
September 9th. We haven't heard jack squat from them.
Nope.
Not jack squat. So I'm not sure who's influxing. I don't even know how they could. It's so goofy right now that the only thing that you can do is laugh. The only thing that you can do is laugh.
This is true.
I can't look.
And we've been yelling from the top of the mountain.
I cannot say anything. You know? I cannot say anything because you're right. You're right. We cannot say that all of our kids have passports. We cannot say that all of our kids have passports, y'all. So look, don't feel bad because they don't even listen to us. So we were very...
And that's why you're pissed, because you don't have no influence. We don't give a damn about what you're going through. We don't give a damn about what you're teaching. You're not getting money from us. Pan-Africanism is dead. And moving abroad when we don't have to move is silly. I want to find the part where she went in on FBA. I'm trying to wait. I'm thinking if I fast forward it now, I'm going to bypass it. I'm going to give it another 2 minutes, and then I'm going to fast forward and try to find the time stamp. I don't exactly remember the time stamp, but she really went in on FBA because that's what this is really about. She feels like FBA is hindering her ability to manipulate and to finesse us easily. The more we claim ourselves and we claim to be American and we have ownership of ourselves here in America, the less pliable we are to be manipulated and misdirected into doing other stuff that we don't need to be doing. And I don't know if she reads a comment to go on this rant or not, but she's obviously frustrated. And she wants to fearmonger us so bad, and she wants to badger us so bad. And I hope it's coming up sooner than later because I want to wrap up this live pretty soon. I've been on for a little bit, but I'm trying to find and wait it out a little bit. Let's go.
Very honored and blessed to be able to spend Thanksgiving with the younger crew and then parts of our older crew. And this is the third year that Christina and Aman from Our Rich Journey have hosted Friendsgiving / Thanksgiving at their house. And this is the second year at their current house, but the first time we came, because last year we were in Thailand. But I'm chuckling because they've moved more times since we've lived here than we've moved, and that's hilarious. For them, it's normal. But I have to say, and as I'm marking this stuff, I have to say that what has been built here is phenomenal as far as community goes. But then I also have to say that if you want to move to Portugal, you really, really have to want it, because right now the government is acting kind of goofy. And I'm just going to be real. It's acting kind of goofy. And that's why we haven't been really talking up Portugal, because I can't talk up something. I can't, encourage somebody to move to bureaucratic chaos. And that's what's going on right now. Now, do you feel that in your everyday life? No. No, we don't. We don't. You only feel it when it's time to renew, right? And stuff like that, right? So, for those of you who don't know, as I'm sitting here and I'm marking your guys' questions.
Oh, here it is.
Hey, Anthony.
So here's the comment right here that got her triggered. Let me see. FBA, Friedman are good. We ain't going nowhere, and definitely not fleeing our country. Get the fuck out of here. So this will probably be the comment she reads that goes in on FBA, because again, FBA is standing our ground, and we are proud to be Americans. Yes, America's not perfect. Some things they do is kind of scary and unsure, but that's everywhere. Most people are trying to die to be in our shoes. More or less global foreign blacks, definitely, such as Haitians and Jamaicans and Africans all over the place, are dying to get to America, dying to go to the UK, dying to go to Canada, trying to flee to get to where we are. But we have the likes of her, who was a Pan-African, who is anti-American, that's trying to convince us that there is an urgency for us to go. But she doesn't seem to gather that there's an urgency for the immigrants to leave when Trump is adamant about them getting the fuck out of America now. I mean, by February 3rd, the Haitians are going to be out of the TPS. The Somalians are going to be out of the TPS. The Jamaicans are living terribly right now because of that hurricane, category 5. A lot of Africans definitely don't want to go back to their home country because there's no infrastructure, there's no jobs, there's no opportunity. But we're the only ones that's getting this talk about getting a passport, when she could be talking to the immigrants that need to leave America soon and very soon to get those passports and go home or go to other places that she's trying to get us to go to. But here is her response.
Mr. Moses, it's interesting that you have the name Moses, but you're not leading people out of purgatory. Anthony, I am happy that you are happy being oppressed.
Again, why are we oppressed and not the immigrants? Wouldn't they be more oppressed than we are because we're of the soil of America? How are we oppressed? Why would she use that terminology to claim that Indigenous American blacks are oppressed, when just a couple of days ago, immigrants got the biggest and worst news ever that they are needing to get the hell out of Dodge of America. And that's kind of like in the next 30 to 60 days for a lot of them. And yet She's saying we're oppressed. She has words for us because we are not her fool. She wants us to be her fool. She wants us to be easy pickings for her pocket. And because we are standing up for ourselves and we're saying FBA, freedmen are good, we aren't going nowhere and definitely not fleeing our country. And the reason why we would say this to you is because you are assuming that you have some type of authority and that you know better for us than we know better for ourselves. There, of course, we're not a monolith. No one is the same. No one thinks alike. And yet, because we don't think like you want to say we're oppressed, we're happy slaves type of talk. Let's listen.
We're happy being oppressed. I am happy that you are happy to stay in the matrix. If being in the United States with all those white supremacist assholes who want you dead brings you joy, then that brings us joy. Because our joy comes from
more than racists wanting us gone or unalived. You have illegals that we have to worry about. You have immigrants galore that we have to worry about. We can't even go get our hair braided without Africans attacking us. As of late, let me just show you an example of that. This was big news about 10 days ago. Let me see if I can find it. Where 3 hair braiders held a Black American as a hostage in a braid shop because she was told her hair that was being braided was only going to cost her $200. Well, not only, because it's a lot of money. $200 is kind of steep. To be honest, I would never pay it. But she was told that the cost of her hair getting done would be $200. And just like most Africans, not all, but most, they're scamming, traditions and habits. They added an extra $50 on the bill. Unbeknownst to her, she only brought $200. She wasn't bringing more because she wasn't expected to pay more. But because of the scamming ways of many Africans, they desired to make her pay that extra $50, whether she had it or not. And they went to getting violent with her and held her hostage. Let's look at this video real quick. And so if you want to talk about, so-called racist white people wanting to unalive us and you're trying to fearmonger us, we have also aliens and immigrants to attend to as well here in America. We are definitely we're not liked by the most, I would say all immigrants really don't like us like that, to be honest, because they want to be in our position. They want to be an American. They want to have a birthright. They want to be lawfully here. And because they're not us, they tend to take out everything that they're going through onto us. That's why we're going back and forth on social media. That's why people are debating with us all the time. That's why people are mad that we're naming ourselves and calling ourselves Indigenous American Blacks or FBAs or ADOS or any other name that we have desired to call ourselves. And so this energy that you're going to see from this African lady or ladies is telling to the fact that this woman knew what she sold her on the hair braiding cost would be, but she was too greedy. She wanted to get more. She thought she could punk and basically finesse this woman and make her pay extra money. Take a look at this.
I got the message. I done paid you exactly what you asked for. Let my hair go.
Caught on camera and caught by her hair.
They're pulling so hard that they end up pulling out 2 braids with my real hair attached.
Jessica Odom says she just wanted to feel pampered get her hair braided at Mama Gifted Hands on Friday.
I would have never expected for it to end the way that it ended.
Odom says she texted the salon owner directly to book her appointment. In the text messages, you can see she asked how much for the service, and the owner responded with $200.
When I arrived, everything was going well. Hospitality was there. It was a nice vibe, nice environment. I got to watching Netflix over there while they was doing my hair, and when they finished, everything pretty much went left.
She don't want to pay. She don't want you to pay, sir. Man, show the money. Show what I paid. You paid, but we're gonna fix it.
Odom says she pulled out the cash to pay. And that's when she says the owner walked over and said,
"You're going to have to pay me $50 more." Then I tried to make my way to the door. And as I'm making my way to the door, she's like, "Just give me 30. If you can't give me 30, then go sit over there and we'll cut the hair out."
Fearing for her life, Odom says she was locked inside the salon. She says she was tussling with the shop owner and 3 other women while trying to unlock the door.
As soon as I get out of the door, I feel my head jerk back. And when I turn, I see 3 women pulling my hair. So now we're playing tug of war with my head.
After the women were pulling on her hair for at least 30 to 40 minutes, Odom says the police finally showed up.
I don't wish jail on anyone, but in this situation, I mean, I didn't do anything. I honestly just wanted my hair done, and I would like to see them pay for what they did to me.
Man, let me go. No, I did, bro. Let me go. You're not leaving. We're gonna fix it. No, you ain't doing nothing. Let me go. Oh, you're not leaving. We're gonna fix this. Bro, let me go. You're not leaving. From that one. That one. So look at this. She pays.
So whether or not we have to worry about racist white people threatening us or potentially doing something, we also have to worry about these immigrants coming to America, being hostile, being jealous, wanting to retaliate against us, taking out their frustrations and ill will feelings about what America now is doing against them, and they wanting to retaliate against us. Okay, we have to worry about all of y'all, whether they're immigrants or racist white people. It's the same damn difference as far as I'm concerned, as far as threat. So you talking about white people trying to unalive us and all that, again, it's just a way of fear mongering us. We have bigger fish to fry when it comes to these immigrants, because the more pressure is applied to the immigrants, they again is going to look and seek us out with jealousy. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be an uptick of danger and harm that's going to be put onto us, and we're going to have to protect ourselves. And I wanted to let my people know that and keep that in mind. The more they get frustrated, the more upset that they're going to feel about how they're seemingly being treated as, they're going to want to take that out on somebody. They're not going to take it out on white people. No, they're not going to say a word about that. They're going to go through the process of trying to go to the courts and judge and whatnot and play the role of being just a good, abiding, wannabe American citizen, okay? They're not going to buck up against white folks. They're not going to buck up against Trump at all. They want us to do what they refuse to do. And we're not going to do it. That's the part that they're upset about. They know we're not going to do it. We already said we're not going to do it. We told all the immigrants they're on their own. Stop calling for Black Americans. You guys weren't calling for us or tripping off of us any other time. Don't start tripping off of us now. And that's why there's a lot of animosity and upsetness involving Black Americans right now. And I would say, do your best to keep something on you, pepper spray, legal gun, or whatever you need to protect yourself in case it gets worse before it gets better. And that's for anybody that's threatening you, whether they're immigrants, illegals, or racist white folks, or even Black Americans that are thugs or gangster wannabes or ghetto birds, whatever. This is the time to not be passive and allow people just to harm you because they're frustrated. And like I said, it's time to be on your P's and Q's and do what you got to do out here. But I just wanted to show that example because the disrespect of a lot of different immigrants is evident out here. We even had Burner Boy, for those that don't know, who is a Afro beats artist, and he did a concert, and a Black American came with her boyfriend. I guess they were Black Americans, and she fell asleep. She had her daughter's father, I guess, recently passed away, and going through all that, you know, with him being gone, she was depressed and upset, and she ended up falling asleep at the concert, and Burna Boy kicked her out of the concert and made her lose her money, disrespected her in front of everybody. And, you know, a lot of these Africans just don't have no respect for us. They really don't. And I just feel like we should just not fool around with anybody right now until they learn to respect us. And we have to just watch and wait for these people, because again, they are really going through dire straight situations right now. And it's just not cool for them to retaliate against us. Luckily, many of us are boycotting Burna Boy. Let me see if I can find this video. I wanted to play this video real quick. Let me just look it up again, because it's all over the place. Burna Boy kicks out fan. Okay, it should come up. All right, take a look at, is this it?
So when I stand up here and I see you over there with your girl sleeping in front of me, this is who you fuck up, man. So please take that photo. Fast. Take a hold. I'm not doing no more song until you take a hold. Real life. I'm taking the fucking piss, man.
Again, they don't have respect for us. They want our money. They want our fame. They want to be known as being Americans. They want to replace us as being the blacks of America. And any slightness that they feel that we do towards them, they are willing and able to disrespect us and disregard whatever we may be going through. And they don't feel like they need to be showing us and deserving of showing us anything called respect. Yes, I heard a lot of his shows were happily canceled, and he did apologize after that happened, but he didn't mean it. These people do this all the time. When they are cornered, then they'll come out and act like they're sorry, but it's all because they're caught up and they're about to lose a lot of money. They're about to lose a lot of stuff. Then that's when they come out of the woodworks talking about let's unify and be friends. Fuck that. We're not doing that. And that's why many immigrants are pissed that we have self-respect for ourselves now. Many times, so-called Pan-Africans would allow Africans and Caribbeans to say and do whatever to them. And just so long as you go by the belief system of Pan-Africanism and believing in blackness and all of that kind of stuff. But you allowed yourself to be disrespected. You allowed yourself to be talked to crazy or scammed. All kinds of stuff kept happening behind these immigrants coming over here in America. And then when you go to Africa and other places, how they were treating us. Just think about that Category 5 hurricane that happened, and a Caribbean was acting sedity, and they wanted to blame it on Black Americans. And everybody went berserk on YouTube and social media talking hella shit about Black Americans being entitled. They said all the things they've been wanting to say for the longest time. You would think that they would be calling out to their other Jamaicans or Pan-Africans or whatever the hell to get funds sent to them. But no, they wanted to talk shit about Black Americans because that's the easiest low-hanging fruit of what they can do real quick and not have consequence, so they thought, until we desired to respect ourselves. And when we desire to respect ourselves, then we start cutting them off. Then they see their money dries up, shows dries up. We don't go to support their braiding shops. We don't go and support their restaurants. We don't go do a goddamn thing. And then they realize and miss Black Americans out of the blue when they are hurting in the pockets, or they're needing to have somebody protest by their side and all that type of shit. We're not showing up. Too many of y'all been disrespectful for a very, since I've been on YouTube, I've been seeing all this mess. For years, I've been hearing all this mess. Not having culture, not having this, not having that, or having everything that you want, though. We have everything that you want. I did talk a little bit about Professor Smalls in my last video. I was going to talk about him a little bit more. Maybe I will bring him up because he actually was on a video today while I was on a live. And I want to talk about that video one other time. I will bring that video up. It should be in my phone. I don't remember the name of the YouTuber, but I believe he was supposed to have been on there talking crazy about FBA and Tariq Nasheed. So he did a showing to respond, and I want to do a video talking about that. But I just wanted to let it be known that, you know, the gig is up. Foreigners are not going to be able to say whatever and do whatever to Black Americans anymore. We are on a whole nother wave of thought. We are finding our voice and we're respecting ourselves. And there's going to be a whole lot of people that's not going to be able to manipulate us no more. And that's what they're pissed about. That's why they are so upset about us claiming our own self-worth and our own name, because now they can't confuse us and trip us up about who we are and what allegiance we should be having to what and whom and why. They don't have authority over us, and that's why they're pissed. And that's just something that they're going to have to deal with. Like I said, they got bigger fish to fry. I wouldn't wish none of the stuff that Haitians and other melanated people are going through behind these mass deportations and behind the TPS being canceled and behind immigration being reversed. I mean, they didn't expect these things to happen. But there was a big need to slow this stuff down, because a lot of stuff that was out of control was taking effect in America. That's the bottom line. And I'm not faulting Trump for wanting to get ahead of what's been going on and straighten it out. I want to remind, you know, immigrants such as Haitians and Jamaicans what they're going through. And again, if you ask my opinion, if I was in your shoes and I was in America and I was given a timetable to go, and I didn't want to go back to Haiti and struggle like that. I mean, you have other places to go, just like this couple's trying to get us to go. The problem is they're trying to get us to go and not y'all to go, when y'all have all the incentives, in my opinion, to leave. Yes, definitely a flip-flopper. You said, okay, I will check it out. No, I'm going to talk about it. Give me a few days. I will come back on live and talk about it. But let me play this real quick, and then I'm going to play a little bit more of hers, and I'm going to wrap this up. I appreciate you, though, for being here, Sheena, and everybody that's listening. If you have not yet, please hit the like button. I understand that there are a lot of haters of mine because, again, I'm not about that Pan-African nonsense, because it's nonsense. You guys are not on anything reminiscent to Pan-Africanism. You're about your survival, and we should be about ours.
Haiti, the third largest country in the Caribbean with a population of nearly 12 million, is the first free Black republic, yet it continues to face a relentless series of crises. From the 2010 earthquake to the present, armed gangs have overtaken the capital, forcing many to flee in search of safety. Consider these men who made the perilous journey from Haiti to Jamaica in a boat barely large enough to hold them, driven only by hope. Out of fear for their safety, they have asked to remain anonymous. But this is Brenner Joseph. A Haitian by birth, Joseph has never truly considered Haiti home. He was more than willing to share his story with us.
Most Haitians be running from Haiti for everywhere, but any country like it's a people never fight for independence.
Acting as the group's older brother and translator, Joseph opened up about his life in Haiti.
1994, I'm running from Haiti. I got myself rich in United States and America, in a boat. So that
yeah, he set out to America. He did not set out to Africa. He did not set out to Jamaica. He did not set out to another Caribbean country. He went to where he thought the extension should naturally go towards him, because all the other immigrants before him were utilizing our citizenship, our amendment, our civil rights, and everything. And he wanted to jump on the so-called American dream. But nobody talked to him ever about Africa, though. All this time that he's been alive and struggling and fleeing from Haiti and all these other things that he's endured, no one has brought up the concept of Pan-African talk. And I wonder why. Because Pan-African talk is only to be used as a tool against Indigenous American Blacks, because the immigrants use Pan-African as a tool to trick us out of our birthright and have us replace them in Africa, and they come in our stead and take our spot. That is what Pan-African has been used to do against us. And this is why they keep telling us to get passports, to tell us to go travel, to tell us to go back to Africa. They don't talk this talk with foreign blacks. These foreign blacks talk this talk to us all the fucking time. They're the primary Pan-Africans selling this dream to us about Africa while they refuse to go to Africa. Isn't that interesting? Yes, I know that's right. Why won't African countries help Haiti? Isn't that an interesting question? Because they're full of shit. The only reason why they want to mess with us is because they think we got something that they can take from us. Trust and believe. If we get reparations, they want to have their hands out in front of ours. They think that we have $1 trillion spending power. They want to have their hands out to receive the money that they think that we could be paying them towards their debt over there in Africa. Or they think that we have tourism money to go fly to Jamaica or Haiti or Africa or other Caribbean places to take our money. Everything is about taking from us and leaving us with absolutely nothing. That's what Pan-Africanism is. And I've been telling everyone that wants to listen, that's my perception of what Pan-Africanism does to Black Americans. It rips us off. It has us start all over again. It breaks us, it replaces us, and it leaves us with less options than what we had before by listening to people selling us a dream that does not that doesn't really fit the mold of what they're selling, because these same melanated immigrants dare not stay in Africa. They want us to go, though. They sell us that dream to go, but they don't want to be the ones to do it. And yes, we see that the African countries are not interested in Haiti. They're not interested in Jamaica. They just had a Category 5 hurricane, and not one African leader came out and said, Haitians and Jamaicans, I have a place, a plan, something for you. You can come over here. It's been so bad over there for so long. Y'all come back over here. We'll help you out. We'll do something. We'll start up something with what we can start up with. Nothing. They only got that hustle for Black Americans. It's the only ones they got to hear that crap about. Going back to Africa is us solely, and I'm sick of it. You said they have not accomplished anything. It's because they've been trying to accomplish being us. That's what the immigrants, in my opinion, are seeking out to do. They want to be a better version of us. That's what they want to be. They said, we want to be what those Black Americans have become, but better. They don't want to work on their home country. They don't want to fix their nation. They don't want to change their government. They don't want to sacrifice nothing. They want everything to be given to them as we have been given to us, without the work and sacrifice it took for us to gain what we got. They think that they should just get it because they showed up. And now they're realizing that that frame of thinking has got them caught off guard with someone like Trump, who is tired of taking care of the world. He's tired of our debt. He's tired of the siphoning of benefits and all this other stuff that has been just going just crazy with chaos and debt everywhere. And so people like this guy, he just wants to be a better version of us. All immigrants seek to simply be a better version of an indigenous Black American. That's what they aspire to do. That's why you don't hear them talking about building up Africa. That's why you don't hear them talking about going to Africa. No, they want to come to America. They want to get in where they can fit in real quick and slick like. And now that hustle has dried up. Trump has stopped the hustle and the shamming and the scamming and the loopholes of how immigrants and aliens and TPS holders have been able to utilize and manipulate. That stuff is going to be no more. And what the Pan-Africans should be doing is trying to convince them to go somewhere else. But no, they only got those choice words for us. You said they should help them in the name of Pan-Africanism. That's why we know it's all fraud. Because when the going gets rough, they get going. They ain't gonna never tell them the same shit that they tell us. Because they know that their heaven on earth is where we are. Pan-Africans know that the heaven on earth for immigrants is where Black Americans are. That's it. That's all. That's the truth. That's what people don't want to hear, though. You said we can't be duplicated. They will be Timu Black Americans. They're never going to be us because they're not of the soil. I don't give a damn how many years they got here. They don't have the blood, sweat, and tears to build what we have built here. They are not the fabric of America. They are not the original. They will always be something other. But they have told themselves that because they have dark skin, that they can just claim to be the same as us, and we're supposed to be in line with that philosophy of thought because, hey, Pan-Africanism says we're all the same. So I got to look at my birthright as being irrelevant to their plight coming up over here in America. Let them tell it. But that's not the way we're going. This delineation movement has woken up the sleepy people that have been lost in the matrix and confused on what is important and what is true and what is in your face. When we started seeing these mass deportations as vivid as we could turn on our TV or social media and just seeing people getting dragged down hallways and corridors in the courthouse or whatever like that, and out in the street or out in parking lots. I mean, we could just simply turn on and see these things happening, and the fact that we are spared because of our birthright, that's just reaffirming who we are to this country. And that's what immigrants don't want us to think like. If we think that we are important here, if we think that we matter here, if we think that, we have pride about ourselves, respect about ourselves, demanding certain things that we need for ourselves, somehow that's going to leave them behind. And this is why immigrants don't like us speaking about FBA or being an American, because to be an American is to not recognize yourself as being like they are, because they're not us. And they can't have that, because that makes their plight separate from ours, and they definitely don't want us believing that. But that's the truth. I'm not being deported. I'm not in fear of ICE. I don't have the TPS to worry about. They do. And that's why the stronghold of Pan-Africanism is going to never, ever matter no more. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. They don't want to accept it. So what they want to do is now bash and badger Black Americans, and then try to get into our hearts and make us feel sorry for other melanated people and say, oh, those are your people too. You got to go and fight for them. For what? So that they can compete and replace me and my people and make our plight harder? That's what I got to do? That's dumb. I'm not a useful fool for others. I'm sorry. And I'm teaching my people to not be useful fools and tools for other people that do not give a damn about you, are only here to take from America and come up off of America and civil rights and deaths that we endured. They're not here to better our situation. They're not here to make our situation lighter. They could care less. They want us out the way. That's why they sell Pan-African talk every chance they get. But for themselves, you better not talk about going to Africa to them. You better not tell them to go leave and get a passport like the couple did to Black Americans, because you would get cussed the fuck out. And this is why I'm saying they want to be us.
Everything happened since when I got two sons born United States of America, Austin, Texas. My baby mother, I was not married. My baby mother still in the United States since 1994.
However, his time in the United States was short-lived. Joseph found himself in trouble, which led to his deportation in 2013. After a near-death experience in Haiti, he turned his sights on Cuba.
One day,
Right now is a great time to save at our Black Friday sales event at Roseville Kia.
Take advantage of the fantastic sale pricing on every
One day, we was got ourselves in the ambush. Somebody be shooting this chalet. Somebody shoot this chalet, I don't know. I heard they got shot. When I reached to get him, the chalet should have been. That's the next time I run in. I see everybody was in the boat. They said, come on, let's go. Let's eat to them. But then we go and reach Cuba. But we never reached Cuba. We passed 3 days in the sea. We have young kids, they have like 7 month son, 7 month baby, 3 days, not eat, not drink. So we be action we done. But we think we're going to reach Cuba. And after that, after 3 days, we reach Jamaica.
Joseph and several others aboard the boat spent over 6 months detained in Jamaica, enduring what they claim were inhumane conditions. It wasn't until Dr. Marcus Goff, known to them as Lawyer Marcus, and an advocacy group stepped in that their situation began to improve. Joseph claims that while he and his companions are still in Jamaica without proper documentation, other groups seem to be granted papers in a matter of weeks.
You release us from December 4. They say, you take a quick for everybody.
And speaking about Pan-African talk, the Jamaicans, like he just said, are not giving him paperwork like other groups of people that go over there because they are prejudiced to Haitians. Haitians have an issue with Jamaicans. In fact, when they had that Category 5 hurricane in Jamaica, it also affected Haiti. And Haitians were upset that Jamaicans were the primary people complaining and getting helped for the hurricane versus their story being shown and told about the hurricane. So they're kind of like in competition for their plights to be heard between one another. So they don't want to be sharing the same space so that their group can be heard and helped versus the Haitians. So this Pan-African talk is all a lie because every group is simply trying to survive among their group. And people are trying to brainwash us into not believing that we are also a group that needs to survive here in America. They don't think that we should consider what could happen to us and being on top of what's going on around us and avoiding stuff that we don't have to partake in so that we don't have bruises and bumps and also go to jail or be unalived. We need to look out for our own group, and we need not to extend our energy to help other groups because they wouldn't help us. They are on their own. We are on our own. The only thing is that we have a birthright that our ancestors earned. And despite that fact, immigrants don't want us to think about that because it gives us a leg up. Why? Because we are of the soil of America. We didn't come to America. We've been here. And they want us to treat ourselves as if we are immigrants like they are. That's why they are desperately fighting for us to claim African. They want us to be a Pan-African. They want us to leave America, and they want to replace us here in America. And we are now knowing the truth, and we're speaking our truth. And the immigrants are pissed because they can no longer lie and talk softly and intellectual to make us feel like they are good people, smart people that we can trust and we can listen to. We're not going for none of that shit no more. That shit is over. You only have a few dumb birds that are Pan-Africans that are still allowing y'all to philosophize and trick us into believing that you guys are smarter and better and you are full-blooded African and we need to worship you and everything that y'all do and did. And no, what the fuck? What is wrong with y'all that do that? I will never get it. These people are trying to survive like everybody else in the world is trying to survive, and we are just hanging on the little hair of our chinny chin chin. But listen to his aspirations to being in America.
Yes, you'll give you some people you can go to work. Still what now?
Well, not America, but Jamaica right here, rather. But he did try to go to America, but let's listen.
Any people in the hand. You know something in my heart? They have the Cuban people come in after us. All of them got the paper in their hand.
So he just said that even the Cubans were allowed to come in Jamaica and get their paperwork, but the Haitians, not so fast. Okay. So when I'm telling y'all, it's all a lie about Pan-African talk. It's all a lie that other groups of melanated people work together, care for one another, look out for the humanness of each other. And they don't do that. You said they are copying Chicago's style of skating in Kenya. That's the new thing. They look ridiculous. I believe it. Not only that, I think I saw some immigrants somewhere doing the double Dutch, jump roping all over the place, and also dancing country line dance like we do. They're just trying to steal everything that we do, and they're trying to make it their own. And it's just like, damn, we can't have nothing that belongs to us anymore. And that's why we feel like we need to gatekeep and tell the truth about our history, because before you know it, they're going to say that they made up country. They're going to say they were the originators for this and that. And it's ridiculous. Sheena says they can't. We are the only ones who are documented from the beginning. Their ties are recent. Exactly. But they don't want to accept that truth. Again, the fact that we have a birthright that we earned, they want to scratch that out and do a redo. If they had it their way, they would. Thank God we are in the Constitution, because they don't want us to be having that birthright. And that's why I try to tell Black Americans to protect your birthright. Don't disrespect America. Don't let these people tell you to denounce America and denounce your citizenship and tell you to get other citizenships. You are unnecessarily jeopardizing yourself, putting yourself in harm's way. Trump can make up laws and rules at a drop of a dime, as you know. Let's say he wakes up and say, anyone that has gotten another citizenship in Africa, that's your new home. What are y'all going to do? What can you do? You went willfully, consensually to another country and went and did the process and got citizenships and paid the money and did whatever. He could say you are now to be deported where you got your new citizenship from. What would you do? I'm not ever getting a citizenship anywhere. It ain't no need. Everybody wants to be where I'm at. Why would I want to downgrade to get a citizenship that nobody wants to be at? That don't make sense. You said everything we created, they say, came from Africa. It's crazy. It's sad. It's really sad that they can't figure out how to take their biggest and brightest and smartest people back home and do what they learned here in America. I mean, there's a lot of them that are smart. I'm not going to lie. I mean, you have to be pretty smart to know a lot of languages. You have to be pretty smart to, you know, go to different colleges and be able to get degrees if they are legal, if they're legit, that is, because a lot of times their so-called degrees and stuff are not really a real degree. It's a scam. So we found that out. So, but for the ones that actually do what it takes to get to where they go, they stay gone from their responsibilities in improving their their nation and their country. And they want to look at us as the people that should sacrifice ourselves to replace them in their sacrifice. And that's not what we're going to do. That is the mindset of a Pan-African that's telling us that we should be the sacrificial lambs for everybody else but ourselves. We're not sacrificing for y'all. We're only going to sacrifice for ourselves. And so if you need us to throw our bodies out there to, cry and scream and yell and protest, we're not willing to do that because we did that a long time ago. There's no need for us to do that again. We did enough for the ones that are legally here as American citizens. We're not putting our necks out there for illegals or newly TPS holders or immigrants that are not from here. We're not willing to do that. That's not their right. This is not their home. So they are not deserving of citizenship as Americans that were born. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And so we're not down for the ridiculousness of that. And that's why many immigrants are pissed. You said Trump will handle them. I am waiting patiently. Oh, wow. You know what? He is not playing around. That is for damn sure. But I just want to reiterate how passionate this guy is telling his story. He is a Haitian. He is telling the story of being in Jamaica and how he has been pretty much left alone without paperwork in Jamaica. They're not working with him, but he says they're working with the Cubans and other groups of people over him, yada, 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 yada. Let's go.
Come from Cuba, but we Haitian, we don't have nothing. Him, he have 2 years in Cabo Mat. I have 1 year in 2 months. The Cuban people just come in after I think 3 months or 4 months, 5 months. I do not know exactly the time. You only got the paper to go to work. But we Haitian, we don't have. So I'm not going to say Jamaica, they have something against Haitian. But I know the Prime Minister of Jamaica not give people paper to work. They have to fight. So for me, that's my thinking. So I might be thinking today, I might be there. Tomorrow might be bring us, just come in looking for us, bring everybody back. Because if you in a country for 2 years, 3 years, the Prime Minister, we working, you don't try to give nobody the paper to work. Any police can, you reach with the police what now, you want to arrest you, because you don't have nothing to say, okay, I'm working in that place and the government give me a paper. You don't have no ID, no anything.
Despite their uncertainty.
And that's for Pan-African talk for you. He can't get it from Jamaica, which Marcus Garvey supposedly was from. This so-called notion of Pan-Africanism does not exist at all. You said the Somalians said they are not going home and that they are here to stay. We will see. I know that's right. I want to see them getting taken the fuck out. I don't like that they are entitled talking like that, like they have more rights than Americans do, and that they're running and regulating here in America. That should not be allowed for it to fly, for immigrants to get away with talking that talk. So I hope that they get taken the fuck out of America. They gotta go. They can take their asses somewhere else. They have other places in Africa that they're at. I think like Kenya or some other places in Africa. They don't have to go back to Somalia, but they got to get the fuck out of here.
Many of the men we spoke to are working in blue-collar jobs, contributing to various construction projects across Jamaica.
When you're wearing Fabletics, it makes you feel unstoppable.
Construction projects across Jamaica. Dr. Marcus Goff, a well-known human rights attorney, has been working with this group of Haitians since their arrival in Jamaica over 3 years ago. He reflects on the beginning of their ordeal.
That first set, as was sharing, they were prosecuted for illegal entry, which is the government's standard procedure now to criminalize, and I say persons who are coming here from Haiti, and he and others in that group spent approximately 6 months in a police station lockup at Manchaling Police Station in Portland, which has now been condemned.
And this is why they don't want to go to other black melanated places, because they're treated like criminals out the gate. At least they had years to be in America. At least some were here for 20 years or more. At least some were taken in to work and had TPS for a few years or whatever. Jamaica didn't treat them like that. They had them go to jail. They said they came in illegally and criminalized them. That's what he's talking about right now. So much for Pan-African talk, though. So save it, Pan-Africans talking that bullshit about Pan-African talk. Why don't we see that shit applied here? That's why we know you guys are fraudsters and full of shit.
It's not fit for human habitation. Spent 6 months there, a dark, small, inhumane cell. Because of course the judge refused to grant bail because she said that she couldn't grant bail to Haitians who have no fixed place of address here in Jamaica. And so we went to the criminal trial up to a point where, out of so much sheer frustration, the Haitians decided that they would plead guilty, since by that time, we had filed a claim for them in the Supreme Court and had gotten an injunction in the Supreme Court to prevent their being sent back to Haiti without due process, right? So they had this, to endure that 6 month duration there, including Haitian females who were at the Castle Police Station in Portland, also again in very inhumane conditions.
But the struggle didn't end there.
From that 6 month experience in Portland in lockup as criminals, right? They were then, upon pleading guilty, transferred to a camp in St. Mary called Robbins Bay, right? And that is where they were, which again was very much welcome. They were, free in open space, not anything that would have been, necessarily, luxurious, but they were able to reside in the accommodation.
For that time, it was a paradise.
It was a paradise. Yes. Coming from 6 months of confinement.
After being released, they were moved once again, while immigration assessed whether they met the criteria for protection under the Refugee Convention. Eventually, they were granted humanitarian status.
From that.
So after going in and out of jail, being criminalized in Jamaica, this Haitian guy in the blue, I know he looks African, but he's Haitian, is telling how discrimination and bias is against Haitians, but not Cubans in Jamaica. And this is why I'm saying that they shouldn't be talking about Pan-African talk to Black Americans ever again, because they don't know the first word of what it means to have unity and love and respect for your so-called brothers and sisters if you're criminalizing and putting them in jail for 6 months before you can find the human in them. Give me a fucking break.
Clear context. There was to have been, as Mr. Joseph said, a process where they were stated to have been granted humanitarian status to remain, and then were told that they could work, but were not given any documentation from that time till now to verify same. And so they're walking and living in Jamaica here daily, being vulnerable, as he says, being arrested by the police, being called on by civilians who say Haitian in the community, And as we know, the Haitians are criminals, and of course, not being able to be employed when they ought to be able to based on their humanitarian status.
Dr. Goff has called for a more streamlined and inclusive process, emphasizing the urgent need for reform.
It's been one step forward, and I don't know, maybe half step back, I'm not sure. You know, we want the process to be more holistically supportive of the Haitians from their first arrival here, and then processed transparently with their legal rights protected and an outcome determined according to law, not according to politics or according to anti-Haiti bias. So Mr. Joseph and the other 36 persons who came on that boat, their applications for asylum were turned down. Right? We have asked for there to be a review of that process. We've asked for certain documentation to be given to us so we are able to properly assess whether or not that was done transparently, which we very much doubt. And so we're still in the Supreme Court challenging that determination, turning down their refugee status.
Yes, and that's in Jamaica that he's enduring that. And it's sad. And again, since he's in Jamaica and they don't really want him, why don't they offer for him to go to Africa or send a plane ticket for him to go somewhere over there? Why not contact a government official in one of those 14 countries that speak French and try to have the Haitians get, a plan to go over to Africa? Why is this plan to go to Africa is solely isolated to Indigenous American Blacks to go? Because it's an agenda that I've been talking about since 2018 that people didn't think we would ever dare think on and figure out. People don't want us to be, in their minds, entitled with our birthright and protected as Americans. They love for us to struggle. Anytime there's a death, everybody's talking about it. From all over the world, everybody's on every little thing that happens to us because they want us to feel the heat of being in America because they want to take our place. That is the point of why I feel Pan-Africans are problematic, because they are lying to our faces about why we need to go versus immigrants needing to go. The irony of it all, it's unbelievable. But I'm going to play just the last 5-10 minutes of this Pan-African trying to persuade us to take our asses anywhere else but America. And I want you guys to understand that this same speech that she's using on us, this woman from Our Black Utopia and her husband, should have brought this message to the Jamaicans, to the Haitians, to the Africans that have a timetable, very short-lived, to stay in America. They should have applied this speech to them on how and why they need to get their passports to get out of Dodge of America. No, they don't want to talk to them. They think that they're deserving of America and we are not. That's the philosophy of Pan-Africans. They think that our time to be living in America is over and we need to move out the way for others to take our place. That's their belief system. And we shut that shit down. And that's why they are overly upset about it.
Hey, Anthony. Mr. Moses. It's interesting that you have the name Moses, but you're not leading people out of purgatory. Anthony, I am happy that you are happy being oppressed. I am happy that you are happy to stay in the matrix. If being in the United States with all those white supremacist assholes who want you dead brings you joy, then that brings us joy. because our joy comes from our people finding their joy. And if you find your joy in your own oppression, then I applaud you. As for me and mine, we don't owe the United States jack shit. They can kiss my black ass and give me my reparations, bitches. That's what they can do. As a matter of fact, if it weren't for people who look like us, there would be no United States.
If it wasn't for our ancestors who paved the way and paid the price with their life, there would not be us in America. Not people that look like us, but our ancestors, not immigrants' ancestors, not Africans' ancestors, not Jamaicans' ancestors, not Caribbeans' ancestors, but ours. And that's why you are big, mad Pan-African that you can't fool us about these imaginary ancestors of old in Africa somewhere, because they do not exist. And you want us to believe so hard with this notion that everybody else is related to us, but our own ancestors that paved the way here in America are not? Are you dumb? Have you bumped your head? But listen to her mess right here.
They still want to hold us hostage and keep us scratching and surviving. Did I miss one? Unless it has a Q in front of it.
It has a Q in front of my name. No Q?
I marked it.
Oh, you marked it. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see that clip.
Uh-huh.
I didn't see it.
I'm not playing, because these people, look. And as for me and mine, back to the FBA bullshit. I understand that for those Black folks whose parents came here after we changed the Civil Rights Amendment, and now their parents were able to come to America, that they too have colonized minds, just like Mr. Moses has a colonized mind. And so I understand that there are folks who look like us with colonized minds who are against us. I understand that. Nobody has been left unaffected by white supremacy. You're looking mighty Haitian to me today. Are you eating your cats? Are you eating your dogs? Huh, Moses?
Well, actually, there was a Haitian that admitted that they do eat cats. It's a delicacy that they do, I believe, around a holiday or something like that. But yeah, they got on camera and they admitted it and all of that. And it's a well-known fact. So Trump was not lying there. The point is that you are only Pan-African to dumb birds that are Americans, because you're able to swindle them out of money and paint a lie that anywhere else but America is better, so that you can so-called coach them to do what you are doing. And we're saying to you, we're not interested. No thanks. Take that bullshit out the door and go on about yourself. Go find an immigrant or someone else that's struggling in America that has so much time left before they're going to get the boot, and convince them to go somewhere else with a passport. Leave us out of your mess is what we're saying. And we don't have to identify with everybody that's so-called Black, because that ain't doing nothing for us. What is that going to do? Leave you lost and confused and stupid and used like a tool, a useful fool for them, while they would never do that for you? No, thank you. We're not interested. And that's why Pan-Africans are mad, because they used to have a stronghold for some of you dumb dummies that would actually listen to them paint a picture about a utopia over there in Africa that does not exist for Africans. That shit is hella hilarious to me.
You eating your cats and dogs because you look Haitian. Prove you're not. Prove it. Are you walking around with your passport and your birth certificate? Because you better. You better walk around with your papers. Mr. and Mrs. FBA, walk around with your papers because there's no different in how you look and how a person from Haiti looks.
There's plenty of difference. We just saw a Haitian man on the last video. I look nothing like him. Y'all look nothing like him. We have birth certificates. We have social security cards. We have IDs. We have long histories of addresses and family members and mothers and fathers and grandparents and all of this. There's no reason for us to be fear-mongered, but yet you try. But this, again, is because you are a low-life swindler. You are a lying-ass Pan-African. I have no respect for none of y'all. I wish that y'all would be barred from America because you always talk about being anti-American. And I think that they should say you don't deserve to come back. That's what I think. And maybe Trump will come up with a plan to bar anti-American people with the rhetoric that you talk about here on your show. That would be hella hilarious to me, in all honesty.
How a person from Dominica, I'm no black, I'm Dominica. No difference in how you look.
With less burning, itching, and pain from moderate.
No difference. So you can talk about FBA and all this stuff if you want to. And, all of you who claim to be FBAs, I want you to really dig down deep and do the history of where it came from and who started that and why. Whose best interest is it?
It doesn't matter where it started from. The mentality that we get thinking about ourselves first is what we need to survive. It's enough to make us look at ourselves and honor ourselves and honor our lineage and honor our past and honor our culture and honor our ancestors. That's what we weren't doing. Tariq Nasheed, whether he's around or not, is irrelevant to what we have garnered as far as understanding our worth as being Indigenous American Blacks and understanding that we are somebody here in America despite what the world would like us to believe. And that's what you are pissed off about, because you can't spin the narrative about us being worse off than everybody else when everybody else is being deported, but we're not. So you can keep trying, you can keep lying, but we ain't gonna listen. We ain't got to listen, and we're not going to listen. Even if you look apart and have the words you use or whatever the way, we ain't biting. We don't give a flying fuck about it. But again, she wants to attack the fact that we are standing up for our own individual belief that we are who we are here in this country. With or without immigrants, we still would be here. We've been here. They just showed up. And since they showed up, we got to forget about who we are and who we've been all this time before they got here. Now I got to match their plight, and I got to believe my identity is exactly like theirs because they showed up. That doesn't benefit me believing that I am on the level of an immigrant or someone that just appeared out of desperation to leave their home country to come to America, where my whole lineage has always been for generations. That dumbs us down to believe like that. And that's what you guys have been getting away with the dumb birds that can't think. Now you can't minimize our existence here in America. Now you can't trivialize who we are to this soil of America. You can't tell us we're insignificant, even though you guys try abundantly. Every time I turn around, you talk about the ghetto-ness, or you talk about baby mamas, you talk about missing dads, you talk about drugs or welfare or EBT. You go on and on with all the things that you think we're failing as, to try to give us a sense of worthlessness and hopelessness. And none of that shit has still worked. We're bigger and better in our minds and in our spirit. We have taken off the cobwebs of confusion that Pan-Africans try to plant in our head for generations, at least over 100 years. And we're not holding on to the lie that you guys been spinning anymore. I don't care how many years you went to school to teach this stupidity of Pan-African talk. I don't care what kingdoms or dynasties have been around before we were here in America and all that type of talk. I could care less. We're here and we've been here long enough to say we're indigenous, long enough to say that America wasn't America until we helped build it. And that's why you're upset, because you can't trick me out of my respect for myself, for our people. You are upset about it. Yes, they used the word oppressed. If we're oppressed, what's that make the immigrant? You said, I'm not oppressed. I don't know what she's talking about. Again, she's just using these words to try to get a reaction from us. Let's listen.
For Black people around the planet not to stick together, who would be best served if we didn't?
I just showed you the fact that they don't stick together. I just showed you a Haitian guy declare that the Jamaicans rather help Cubans out before helping him out, and that he was criminalized for showing up on the soil of Jamaica for 6 months and had problems being recognized as being a human being. And yet you want to turn around and talk about unity with other folks around the planet. It doesn't fucking exist, bitch. If it did exist, bitch, Jamaicans and Haitians would be heading to Africa as we speak. They would be offered some type of deal with Ghana, some type of deal with Burkina Faso, some type of deal with Senegal, some type of deal with Gambia, some type of deal with any of these places that declare being Pan-African. And they do not, bitch. So what the fuck are you talking about? I'm sick of you. But again, this is a script that Pan-Africans use only to Black Americans, talking about working with Black people around the globe. But where are they working with themselves around the globe at, though? Where's that part at? Hello?
All of you who claim to be FBAs, I want you to really dig down deep and do the history of where it came from and who started that and why. Whose best interest is it for Black people around the planet not to stick together? Who would be best served if we didn't stick together?
Give them some initials, give them a title, separate them from the others.
Who would be best served? I'm just wondering, if you ask the question and the answer is not us, we might have an issue. I'm just saying, we might have an issue. Okay. What can you do if your plan was for Latin America, but that melon felon is destabilizing the region? I would still go. I would still go. He is trying to destabilize the region.
So this reads, what can you do if your plan was for Latin America, but that melon felon is destabilizing the region. Not only that, what about the presidents of these regions changing rules according to what Trump's doing? I'm pretty sure there's going to be backlash over these third world countries that's not going to be allowed to come to America. What if you wake up and you are in these countries and they say that you need to get the fuck out after spending so much money and investment or whatever, just paying rent for the year or 2 years or whatever the hell you done did, and they tell you to get the fuck out? What you gonna do? Nothing but leave. What you gonna do if there's uprisings and targetings of Black Americans? Because again, they got to take out and vent their frustrations over what Trump's doing. What is the perfect opportunity to get back at Trump? Is attacking Americans, and you are still an American. Just because you go to Africa or any other place, once they learn where you're from and you are American, they can do whatever they're going to do. What you going to do if that happens? What is you going to do? Just like there was a couple that was in Jamaica when the Hurricane 5 happened, and they were robbed in their hotel by a mob of Jamaicans that just beat them up and stole from them because they were over there and they were upset about the hurricane, and they were upset about the perception of Americans acting so-called entitled. And they went over there to where they were and stole and beat them up. A lot of stuff can happen because you're in another country. There is no safety. There is no guarantee that you go away from America and be safe somewhere else. Anything and all things still can occur. Yet she don't want you to know that or think like that because she wants to be the authority. She wants to have the answers and solutions to you that you pay for to listen to from her. This is what Pan-Africans try to make Black Americans, Indigenous Black Americans believe, is that somehow we need to be taught something. Somehow we got to listen to somebody. Somehow we don't have all the answers, and they got all these answers that we need. Everybody wants to have authority and some type of say-so in our lives, specifically Indigenous American Blacks, because they keep painting this picture that we're lost people without culture and without a home. And the minute we claimed America, we claimed an identity, and we claimed our home, they lost all ways of manipulating us. And this is why most of these Pan-Africans are so butthurt. Listen to this.
He's definitely, but you know, I was talking to my tutor lives in Venezuela. And I just talked to her last week and I was like, okay, baby, what's going on? How are you? How is your family? Are you guys stressed out? What is going on? She's like, we have so much drama here that until there's a bomb drop, we're just not thinking about it because there's just too much other stuff going on. Oh, she lives there. She's born and raised there. Nothing I could say. I don't know, right? We would still be considering Colombia if we were in the States right now. We would still be considering Mexico, Panama, Colombia. I know what he said about the Panamanian Canal, and I don't think that the UN will let him do that. I just don't. Okay? Amber, my membership link does not work. Send us an email, and because I'm not sure exactly what you're talking.
Anyways, there's plenty of stuff that Trump's going to continue to try. We know this. If y'all don't know that by now, definitely know that to expect the unexpected about Trump and what he has in store to attempt to do. He's definitely going to try it. My point is that other countries eventually going to get tired of what Trump does, and they're going to feel like they need to pull some leverage their own selves, that they need to flex their muscles their own selves. And who can that affect the most? The Americans. If they bar or deport or block Americans from going in and out of their countries, or not being able to cross borders and all this type of thing, or not having access to the airports or something, that's going to have a backlash or twisted effect to us as Americans abroad. So in actuality, there's no escape. They don't want us thinking about that fact, though, because again, she makes money off of us believing in the lies she tells. And instead of her talking to immigrants or illegals and aliens about this magnificent plan of passports to go abroad to other countries all over the world, like she is trying to teach us to go do, she's pissed that we're not falling for it because we know our worth here in America now, and that's why she's upset. But I'm gonna end this video with this last video talking about the asylum system has new rules by Trump that's really bringing a whole new effect to immigration. And the ones that need to worry the most are the ones that are here illegally, and the ones that are here by the shred of their chinny chin chin, the hair of the chinny chin chin. They are barely here, and Trump is trying to let y'all know that he is not trying to make it easy for you to stay at this time, and that's just the truth.
The United States has abruptly halted decisions on all asylum applications. The Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, announced on X today. USCIS Director Joe Edlow said, USCIS has halted all asylum decisions until we can ensure that every alien is vetted and screened to the maximum degree possible. The safety of the American people always comes first. The decision affects more than 2.2 million immigrants waiting for asylum decisions or hearings, according to data from Transactional Records Access Clearinghouse at Syracuse University. As of the end of August 2025, the move comes in the wake of a shooting in Washington, D.C., where an Afghan national has been identified as a suspect in the killing of 2 National Guard members. That incident has triggered a sharp escalation in anti-immigration efforts under the administration of Donald Trump. Yesterday, USCIS also announced it will re-examine all green cards issued to people from 19 countries of concern, including Afghanistan. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, which oversees USCIS, said it will review all asylum cases that had been approved under former President Joe Biden. Adding to the crackdown, the United States Department of State has paused the issuance of visas for travelers holding Afghan passports, stating in a post on X that the department is taking all necessary steps to protect U.S. national security and public safety. Meanwhile, Trump has doubled down on hardline immigration policy. He blamed the Biden administration for allowing the Afghan suspect into the country and called for a full re-examination of every person who entered from Afghanistan under the previous administration. He further announced that he would permanently pause migration from all third world countries, though he did not specify exactly which countries he was referring to. The sweeping overhaul of immigration screening and pending asylum approvals has sent shockwaves through immigrant communities and advocates, as millions now face an uncertain future while the government redefines who may remain and who may be sent away. Afghans who fled the Taliban and have waited years for a U.S. resettlement decision say their last path to safety has shut. Afghan refugee Ahmad Samim Naimi said, "Sometimes I think to myself that if I return to Afghanistan, while I have no home there and no hope, what am I supposed to do? And regarding the issue of arrests, without any doubt, let me tell you something. Yesterday, I learned that 4 journalists who were deported from Pakistan have disappeared, and no one knows where they are. This is heartbreaking news. Dozens of journalists who are deported from here end up without any future, and some of them are arrested. I hope the U.S. government pays serious attention to this issue. There is, unfortunately, no future in Afghanistan. I am a journalist, and before the fall of the Republic to the Taliban, I was working as a reporter. If we are deported, first of all, there is no work there and the situation is extremely bad, and I personally have life security problems. We respect their decision, And I am confident and hopeful that they will restart this process so that people can come out of this situation. As I am speaking with you now, the mental condition of many people, our friends, our international colleagues, local colleagues, and military personnel, is extremely critical, especially those who have SIV, P1, and P2 cases. They are living in a state of complete uncertainty.
Again, it is not our place to take care of the whole entire world. We are not the whole entire world. We are not for everybody. America's not designed to do all of that. And yet we've taken on this responsibility that we cannot continue indefinitely. If he doesn't stop this stuff from happening to the degree that it's happening, when is he supposed to stop it? Are we supposed to watch America go down the drain and never return to any semblance of what it used to be? Of course, there's things that could be improved, but it has been improved in a lot of different ways. A lot of people are over here that would never have the opportunity to be here if it wasn't for our blood, sweat, and tears. They should be grateful for the ones that didn't make it over here to begin with. But we cannot have our hands wide open for everybody to come over here and not bat an eye. I'm sorry. It's not feasible for us to do. And me speaking that truth is not meaning I'm aligning myself with a racist. I'm aligning myself with the truth and reality of the times that we're living in. And how immigrants have been getting away with swindling and scamming and stealing and all kinds of stuff, lying and doing everything under the sun just to get over here. I want America to be sovereign. I do not want it to turn into a second or a third world. That's not what I desire to see. And I'm not going to let Pan-Africans trick me out of being who I've been all this time before immigrants and aliens and illegals showed up. I'm sorry. I'm not going to pretend to be just like they are. I'm not doing that. They wouldn't do it for me. I'm not doing it for them. That's just the way it's going to go. And whether or not you respect it, more of us are waking up to this real truth that we didn't know before and now we know. So I appreciate everybody for listening. If you have not yet, please hit the like button. Please share and subscribe. I think that I will try to come back before the weekend comes up. I do want to talk about Professor Smiles. He did a live responding to Tariq and FBA. I want to go through that because, again, this is the fight for the integrity of our mentality that we are trying to maintain. And I don't want my opinion to not be heard and understood because so many people are calling themselves speaking up for, Indigenous American Blacks. They're trying to twist our words and our meanings of why we stand the way we stand against Pan-Africans because they're full of shit and they're liars. They're not about getting the so-called Black folks that are in dire need to go to Africa like they claim, because they're not talking to the Haitians or the Jamaicans and the Africans that are fleeing and risking their lives to come to America. They rather go through whatever Trump is putting them through versus go to Africa. There's a reason for that because they know better, and we do too. And that's the problem that people are pissed off about. Thank y'all for showing up. Thank you for appearing, and please like, share, and subscribe. Bless up.